Hey John, you want to tell us what's happening really quick?
Sure, we're advancing here and we're all coming up in circle and meeting the grandmothers, and we'll all be standing together, and then we will have honor and rally.
So if you're just joining, we are here at the St. Paul Capitol, is the capital of Minnesota. See a tree walk, walked across northern Minnesota, hundreds of miles to get here for this gathering. You can see the police have prepared themselves for their arrival by erecting barricades and having a whole bunch of police officers lining the front. This began yesterday, so this is what it looks like now today. Again, thank you for joining. I'm Leonard Sosetta, the Director of Technical Media here at the Indian People. And we're going to be live here for a little bit. So thanks for joining. Say hello in the chat, where some of you at. And we'll see what happens. But thanks again for joining us. And I'm going to be a little quiet because this was a silent walk. And so I walked away. I'm going to go back in there. We're just going to hold the space in there with them. And then I'll try to answer questions or anything like that as we go along. But again, thanks for being here. St. Paul, Minnesota, Stop Line 3. Movement, action at the steps. Hundreds, maybe 1,000. A lot of people. And so let's get in there.
Right now we're going to sing an honor song for the walkers. This is a water song. So we're going to sing an honor song for everybody that's here. Make it.
Alright, thanks for joining us again. We're here. So we have an honor song going on right now. We're going to go back in and listen to it. I just wanted to thank people who are joining us. We'll take a walk around the Capitol here, look at all the teepees that have been set up. The fences of police, listen to the speakers. We're going to be live for quite a while, so thanks. Just get comfortable. Say hello to each other. Let us know where you're at. And yeah, we'll keep bringing this to you live here at the St. Paul, Minnesota Capitol Stop Line 3 movement here to demand that they stop Line 3. It's very contentious right now. They just denied some lawsuits trying to stop the pipeline. The Waltz administration, even though when they were elected, said that any pipeline through treaty territory was a no-starter. There's a really famous tweet that goes out there. Totally approves the pipeline, has been pushing it through. The Biden administration as well has been seemingly very for this pipeline, regardless of the just large movement with hundreds of people who have sacrificed their time, or at least have been put in jail, sacrificing, losing their time, being put in the system, trying to stop it by putting their bodies in the line. This has been going on for a year, but also years. Like the resistance to this pipeline is sort of really well documented. It started with a different pipeline called the Sandpiper. I think about 5 years ago. That was stopped. Enbridge transformed it into Line 3, what they call a replacement pipeline, but it's making a whole new corridor. So it's like a whole new corridor. They're making it sound like they're just replacing the old pipeline, but they're actually building a whole new one that actually has a larger capacity. They'll be bringing tar sands bitumen, diluted bitumen from Athabasca, Houston? That might be right. Going up north, tar sands fields, really destructive process. You hear all the cheering. We'll get back in there. But yeah, people are against this. The climate chaos has been unfolding across the world. As the resistance to this pipeline has been going on and people have been trying to stop it, northern Minnesota has been hazed with smoke from wildfires. A wildfire just broke out there. This is all being attributed to climate change. There's a massive drought that's affecting our food supplies and water supplies. Enbridge was able to, in their original permit, request 500 million gallons of water that they said they would then replace. In the middle of the process, they upped it to 5 billion gallons. We're going to go listen to the speakers. And now there's waterways that are running dry. The Mississippi's getting low, and they're pumping that water out. They also say, well, they'll replace it. Before I get there, I've been to a lot of hearings where local farmers come and talk about what that replacement process looks like. And it's nothing like it was before. So they're going to replace this water after they use that. People don't feel very confident about it. Here we go. Let's go back in. Thanks, Eric. Thanks for listening.
We've come to tell Governor Walz and Joe Biden that it's time for them I've said all along this walk that this is not an indigenous problem. This is a human problem. When the pipeline leaks, hear what I said, when the pipeline leaks, everybody is screwed. Not just Indian people, not just the people downriver, everybody. You cannot drink oil. You cannot drink poisoned water. We are killing the blood of our mother. It's time to stop.
That's right.
My son, when he was speaking at an anti-DAPO event, for us to work together as the people, the Oyate, the people. We are the people.
I'm all right. I'll just take.
are the generations that all of us carry. Not just indigenous people. All of you carry your ancestors. Do not be ashamed of who you are. It's time to unite, like I said, as the people. Do not be ashamed of who you are. When you introduce yourself, tell us who you are, where you come from, and why you're here. And be respectful of the land that you're on. But don't be ashamed of who you are. I think I've taken enough of your time. I apologize for speaking before my elders. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that all of the people who walked the entire time come up here and join me around the drum. Everyone who walked the entire time. I'd also like to ask all of the people who were supporting us on the phones, arranging places. If you're here, you're probably still at home working on your computer trying to figure out where we are. But if you are here, come and join us. Also, this walk grew out of Firelight Camp. Encampment. This walk grew out really out of, it began with the RISE organization. I'd like the ladies from RISE to step up. Nancy, Dawn, Deb, if you're here. I'd like to invite Mary Lyons up and her family. Without the support and the prayers of these people, this would not have been possible. Without keeping in prayer, without having circles every morning and every evening, to work as a community, to be an example of how community should work, to work our problems out in the circle, to work our problems out in a good way. This is what community looks like. Oh, I just want to say Wopila Tanka, and I think I need some water.
Bonjour everyone. My name is Simone Senegals, Chinota Nikwe, Indigenous, Misquagami Wizaga Iganing and Donjiba, Migisi and Duodem, Nishnape Kwe and Dao. My name is Simone Senegals. I'm from the Red Lake Nation and I live in Bemidji, Minnesota. And I work at the Indigenous Environmental Network, and I'm just really happy to be here with all of you. So what we're going to do next is there's a program that's coming up. It's going to be speakers, and we're going to be over that way a little bit. But first, we really want to honor our walkers and some of the people that have been helping, and we want to give them a song. And so that's going to take place in the center spot here. So we're going to probably start doing our giveaway, and we're going to ask you to maybe step back, if you can, towards the sidewalk. Not the walkers and the ones who we're going to be trying to honor. And I also want to say that this is a movement of everybody. This is a people's movement. And although we are honoring specific people today, really we're honoring all of us. This is a movement that, yes, it has leaders, but it's also in many ways a leaderless movement because it's all of us. We're all leaders. We have all been through so much, and we all bring so many gifts, and we've all been holding this movement up like champions for years. So miigwech to each and every one of you. We're going to take a moment now. We're going to give some gifts to our walkers and some others, and we'll have an honor song for them. Try to stay cool if you can. And then we're going to ask our beautiful singers to help us out here in just a little bit. So bear with us while we give out some gifts. Miigwech.
Let us know when not to video.
Yeah, it's okay to video. Yeah.
This is my good side, though.
Catch Joe on his good side, he said.
The good side.
So we're going to have a couple words too. Many of you know that part of the reason that we're here is because there's been grandmas that have asked us to stand in prayer for 4 days on this spot. And when grandmas ask us to do something, what do?
Do it. Don't talk to cops. Oh.
Don't talk to cops. Grandma said don't talk to cops. And so we want to just have a couple words about just remembering why we're here. And we know that this movement has a lot of different expressions, right? There's lots of different ways that we all share our strength and show our strength. And for this particular time, we are in ceremony, we are in prayer. That is the container that we are in today. So I'm going to turn it over to my sister here to say a couple words. And I just want to acknowledge our grandmas and our grandpa, our great-grandpa. He told me he's a great-grandpa now, Ron. And so I just want to acknowledge our grandmas and aunties back here.
Yeah, let's open that
up. We have Betsy May, Judy Fairbanks, and Karen Wadena. And they called us, and Don and I and our other sister, we went to their house and we sat there on their porch and we exchanged tobacco. And so we take that very seriously, what we said that we would do, and that's what we're doing today. So we just really want to say miigwech to our grandmas for holding this space for us. All right, Marlita, you want to say a couple words?
Miigwech. Uju and Dinaway Maganiduk. Misaga take way, Indigenous Kaniko, Bikinakan do dim. Mima, Bay, Magic, Mag, Diane, Mikinak Wajuing, Ojabi, Gazoyan, Gay, and Giminik. Oh no, Semanje, Gagigido Yan, Jim McQueen, Jim McQueen Demong, Jimigadi Siyang Oma, Jimigadi Siyang Oma, Wayne G. Zagiswawad, Ongo Mindamoye Yak, Gaget to go in the Pitain, Nemawa, Ongo Mindamoye Yak. In Kikinwa Magu, Ongo Kikin, Mindamoyeya, Ingajaganashim. So, I was asked by these Mindamoyeya, these grandmas, to speak for them about what's going on and to just kind of talk a little bit about this ceremony and how they expect us to behave in this ceremony. So, in the Ojibwe language, in Ojibwe, Mindamoye, that's our word for old lady. That's our word for old lady, and those old ladies, that word means the one who holds it all together. And that tells us the role that these old women play, the role that these grandmas play. And in Ojibwe culture, our women take care of the water. So these women are very, very important, and I really look up to them. And they've taught me so much on my way to being a Mindamoye. So they've asked and reminded us, wanted me to remind everybody that they've been in ceremony, not just them, the walkers as well, have all been in ceremony for, what's this, your third day? Second day. And that when we're in ceremony, we behave in certain ways. We're respectful, we're kind, we're loving. Our ceremonies are all about loving and caring for all of creation. And that's what they're doing. And so, as Simone was saying, you know, there's times to be angry, and I know a lot of us are angry. And anger is important, and it can spur us to do things. But there's times, and most of the time, we really need to be loving. We need to love. That's our most powerful emotion. And these grandmas are reminding us that that's what we're here for. We're here to love each other, to love that water, to love this earth, to love all of creation. And that love is what's going to conquer all. Not our anger, not being violent, not screaming around. Again, those things may have their place, but we're here to love and to take care of that water, to take care of all of creation, to take care of each other and ourselves. How? Miigwech.
Bonjour. Can you all hear me back there? Nod. I was one that lit the pipe for the walkers when they left up north. Smudged them down, sent them on their way. I'm here to meet them. They asked me to come down here a few days ago last week. And I told them I had to think about it. And when I say I got to think about it, I asked permission from my helpers to go. Saturday night, I had a dream. I was sitting over there smoking my pipe with someone next to me, a man next to me. And that's why I came, because I was listening to the spirits. I was chosen to be one of the listeners. I'm just going to say a few words. White Thunderbird is my Indian name. Look over there. What do you see? White birds. Is that coincidence? I told the people this morning. And I was at Standing Rock also. I chased in my vehicle a dapple truck through the prairie because they stole a walker from the security that was standing there. Me and a couple other cars chased that dapple truck through the prairie. I've been at Wounded Knee, at the chapel. I've been at other protests. But lately I've been told to speak up and share my information. What you're seeing here, I seen this in a dream. So it's been ordained that we are to be here today. It's not by chance that we're all standing here. It's hot. The earth is hot. And the earth is just like us. That's the difference, that's a culture conflict, culture difference between us and a lot of non-native people. That oil you're talking about, that they're digging up from the earth, that's the arteries of Mother Earth. The rivers, the aquifers, those are the veins of our Mother Earth. There's a heat inside of us, each one of us, 90-some degrees in the middle of the earth. There's a heat. The trees, they lose their leaves like we lose our hair every day. We're shedding our hair. The mindset is different in those in charge. Money is driving that force, whereas what's driving you is your heart. And these people spoke before you, and these grandmothers have been speaking here for days. Keep your heart calm and at peace. When you're angry, your body temperature gets hot. The whole earth is hot because a lot of people are scared and angry and insecure. But this tobacco I'm holding, as Native people, this is what we believe in. This is what we trust in. I asked people to come here this morning, men on one side and women on the other. That's balance. What you all are doing here by your presence is trying to help maintain the balance of the earth. That's your role as water protectors. When you maintain that balance, there's peace everywhere. But it all starts inside you first. It's okay to protest. It's okay to raise your voice sometimes. Ogeechee-Dah a long time ago, they didn't go in mad all the time. The warriors, when they fought, they went because of love for their people and their land and the resources. That's why we're all here. We've got to protect this not just for us and our grandchildren, but great-great-great-grandchildren to come. That's a different mindset. We have to show them, like this young man spoke a little while ago, teach them who we are. They're uneducated in that way. Why we're doing this here, and I urge you people to use the drum. The drum lifts the prayers. In the unseen realm, this all happened before. This moment, we're just reliving it in the form, temporarily. Then we're all go back. But in the meantime, as people, water protectors, we're to protect the earth and everything in it. All life is sacred. Creators and everything, with trees, birds, waters, animals. But we're not separate from that. As we walk through nature, you can see a deer and a bear. But if you're a human in there, you see himself as separate. That's not the way we look at it. We look at the oneness of all life. And every one of us here, no matter what color we are, at our core, we're the same. We're all okay. That'll help you bring peace and calm. No matter what you're seeing, no matter what's going on in the earth, there's a part of you that nothing in this world can touch. That's all you. It's eternal. Trusting that you'll have calm, you stay calm, your body cools, everybody starts getting collectively calm, earth cools. They start protecting it more. May good you listen down there, thanks for listening to me. And I hope I said everything I was meant to say. I have tobacco in my hands, so whatever it meant to come out is meant to come out. Nobody is higher. Although people call me a spiritual elder, spiritual leader sometimes, I'm just a man. I'm not more holy than anybody else, nor am I below anybody else. Some people think they are in that capacity to destroy the earth. I have to help them change their mindset, wake them up. So while you're here, these times you're here, try to maintain a peaceful heart.
Hey, can I sit with that?
You can yell all you want with love and conviction. Not violence. May God you listen now. Thanks for listening.
Again, thanks for joining us. We're here in St. Paul, Minnesota, the state capital. We will be live for a while. We're listening to some speakers, so get comfortable. Let us know where you're watching from. Thanks again for being here. And hello?
Okay, thank you. I still want to pull it. I don't know how people like turn it down. I was on your office.
Hello now. So we're just finishing up getting our giveaway items, and I know there's some that we're going to miss because we can't see you. But I want to call some of our youngest warriors up here, Silas and Wabano. Make your way up here so we can acknowledge you. And we're going to ask now that as we're finishing giving our gifts, what we typically do is that our drum will sing a song for them, and then they'll dance. So this middle square part, this grass part here, if we could back out and kind of make a circle around it, then we'll have all the ones who received a gift who will walk through here. And for those of you that we can't see right now, we will be giving you gifts and loving you up. And so once everyone goes around who gets a gift, other people can join in, and we can go all the way around here. Like all of us can be in here, even if we have to go behind this big teepee, but we'll all go around. We'll all dance together. But first we'll let the ones who we have gifts for go around one time.
Can I get a water?
Yeah. Oh, there they are.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, so let's clear the space, give a couple minutes. You guys want to give us just a couple minutes? Do you want this?
Again, thanks for joining us. This is Lorenzo Sarna. Connex, my pronouns are they, them. I'm the director of Saxophone Media for the NDN Collective. Thanks for being here. We are in front of the St. Paul, Minnesota Capitol. It's been fenced off. There's a bunch of police officers all over the place. People have come here in prayer and ceremony. They made that really clear. This is how they were met. And we're going to be holding space here. We're going to listen to some speakers. There's going to be some honoring of the different walkers who walked hundreds of miles to here. And let's listen to... I gotta move back over from it. Let's try not to. Can't see all the people there. So there's gonna be an honor in the middle. I'm gonna set the camera down and we'll just watch. And if you're in the chat, just let us know where you're watching from. Again, this is live. They said that the Rise Coalition, those groups really were behind this free walk, so definitely go check them out on Facebook. And yeah, we'll be listening to some speakers.
I got you.
Let's walk around. So we'll take a look really quick. The crowd. A lot of people wearing orange to commemorate the lives of those that were found stolen from us. By the settler colonial state. And so yeah, let's get a little bit of distance and we'll go back in there. We'll kind of go back and forth. We'll have a few conversations. Walking backwards. Let's go look at the teepees over here actually. So you get a sense of what's going on. You can see there's a shade put up there. There's the people. Somebody with a big Enbridge funding line 3 in Wells Fargo. So we'll go back up front there in a second. We wanted to give you a walk around to see sort of the Capitol lawn here in Minnesota to get a sense of how many people have come out and what's going on. You can see there's all these teepees that have been put up. It looks like people slept in them last night. There was in the event information there is a ask if people want to stay again tonight. Also, it looked like when people tried to set up tents, the state patrol who was patrolling on foot weren't too happy about it. They came out and sort of asked them why there was tents going up, but they haven't done much about the teepees. Again, a long walk across northern Minnesota has gotten to the Capitol now, and people are making their voices heard. I think right now they're honoring some of the walkers. So we'll head back that way in a second. Alright guys, we'll kind of come through quick. So you can see how the teepee is. So we're going to do like a round. We're going to walk around the grounds and we'll go back to the center where all the music's going, the dance, the honors going on, the speakers. But just to give you a sense, like people are hanging out. And there's I don't know how many teepees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we're 15. We got some diffs. Friendly diffs. In case you get out of the party, I won't go in front of them. No, we don't get anybody coming out. The edge here. Take it to the front of the Capitol. Alright. So I set the camera down, give you a sight of the Capitol, the teepees in line, and I'll check the chat really quick, see if there's anybody saying anything. Then we'll go back to listen to more speakers and so on. Again, the line 3 resistance has been ongoing really fervently. Oh, man, real intense for a while. Lots of lockdowns. Over 600 people have been arrested trying to stop the pipeline with their bodies, risking their lives by tying themselves in the machinery. Again, in the way of construction, from my understanding, the construction is now 90% done. There was a lawsuit that was just thrown out of court appeal to stop the pipeline. The federal government, Biden's administration, seems to have been behind the pipeline. They're for it. Recently, Amy Klobuchar, who is a U.S. senator from Minnesota, said that it was in the state's hands. It wasn't a federal issue, it was a state issue. And then the state, Tim Walz's government and administration have thrown their weight behind the pipeline too, it seems. They seem to be pretty for it. And really shocking. Walz came in being elected on the part of his ticket was that it would never, Line 3 would be a non-starter if it went to treaty territory. Turns out that everything's treaty territory and they're still letting the pipeline through. So.
Alright, everybody, come on out and dance. Everybody on the outside. If you want to dance, come in.
You can go to stopline3.org. You see that there in the Facebook. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, you can go there as well. Heavy. Good work. Thanks for being here. It's just a blessing for the elders and women and grandmas. Very indigenous, female, women-led, elder-led movement here in northern Minnesota. It's been really vibrant, so if you haven't been following it. And then you can check out the IEN, stopline3.org. You can see that in the Facebook. Again, if you're watching on Twitter, thanks for being here. We're talking about stopline3.org. And also YouTube, you can go to stopline3.org. If you're watching YouTube. Don't forget to like, follow, and share. I'm going to go ahead and keep moving on. I just wanted to check the chat really quick. Again, my name is Lorenzo Sedena. I am the Director of Technical Media here at the NDN Collective. I am Chicanics. My pronouns are they, them. Let's go get back and listen some more. Thanks a lot for being here, relatives. So again, if you've never been to Minnesota, this is St. Paul. It's called the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Twin Cities Metro. There you go. Minnesota, we got a helicopter overhead. The police, state administrators, I don't know, law enforcement agencies barricaded the front pretty good. There's also a lot of. You're welcome, Erica. There's a lot of, I would assume arrest buses in the back of the building. We can go look at them, but I think we're going to stay here and listen to the speakers. But they really prepared for, I don't know, what they thought would happen. And we're about to listen to a bunch of speakers and just get comfortable. Again, say hello in the chat. Thanks for being here, and I'll try to stay in communication. We're going to get back in there. They have a disability, and they're trying to come to this event, and all the parking has been like eliminated from the area by fences and barricades. And so she said that older activists can't really come here because they can't get dropped off and they can't walk that far in the heat. And they feel it's like a violation of which I think is true. When I came here to park, I couldn't find anywhere to park.
You're so useful.
I was looking for other
Not really bored.
I was surprised by how much parking was eliminated so we're gonna walk around. Yeah, so this looks like this is the other side. So we kind of like walked to the middle and walked down the middle, and we walked to the other side, kind of on the opposite end. Yeah, it's very hot. Looks like people are being treated for some heat issues that are occurring. Yeah, I can see all the people that are here. It is quite a lot. And let's see if I can actually get close again. ski life for a little bit. I'm going to try to get some interviews here in a second. I'm just waiting for some folks to finish up and then I'll ask.
Swing by a river and grab. There he is.
Obviously, it's
pretty busy, so I apologize for just being there, waiting. Alright, let's go ahead. Whew, kind of heavy day.
Yeah, and then you guys, with all your equipment, my god. You guys must be in pretty good shape, all the reporters with their giant cameras and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I tell people. But no, I'm always kind of wishing I was in better shape and telling myself it's time. Anyways, I don't
Hey.
know if you want to introduce yourself. Just let people know where we're at right now.
Yeah, Ani Nindoe Magaja Kalo. This is Winona LaDuke, Benesi Quaid, Jinakaz, and we're here at the Minnesota State Capitol calling for Governor Walz to close down Line 3.
And what do you, I mean, given the Walz administration's behavior so far, like how do you think they'll respond to this?
I don't know, this is his people calling on him. You know, I feel betrayed by Governor Walz. We all voted for him, and he told us that he would protect our treaty rights as Anishinaabe people. This is shoving a pipeline down our throats. That's what this is. He feels like he has muzzled or put duct tape over Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor's mouth, and I feel like the same thing with the federal administration. I mean, This is a risky pipeline, and, you know, 800 people have been arrested, charged, wrong.
How many, before the pipeline was approved, like how many meetings did you think you went to and other people went to saying no to it? Like, could you?
You know, I didn't miss a meeting. Yeah. You know, I went for 7 years. You know, Don Goodwin, Tanya Abed attended every hearing. You know, we filed every regulatory motion. We testified. They jammed the process up, they mismanaged it, and then they approve it after 68,000 people testified against it.
And I'm curious, like, how does that, you know, the statement from the federal government, the state government is that the process works? And I guess, how does that make you feel when they tell you that the process worked to violate treaty rights? And how is that?
You know, if the process worked, there would be no pipeline. I mean, if the process worked, they would have done a federal environmental impact statement and a state environmental impact statement that considered treaty rights, climate change, and the impact on Lake Superior. You know, if the process works, the 68,000 people that came out to testify would have been heard. You know, what we see is a Canadian corporation apparently has bought the state of Minnesota and is running all over our water and our civil and constitutional rights. And all for 23 jobs at the end of this pipeline, you know.
I mean, it's devastating.
It is. It's very hard.
It's really hard to even talk about. It's so infuriating a little bit if you have a sense of the years of time that people said no to this thing. Where, you know, it's 90, I hear it's 90% complete, or almost complete, or complete. I guess where does that leave us now?
They shouldn't get oil in their line, you know, because they're criminals. And the fact is that you don't get to spend the money after you commit the crime. And spending the money is when they get oil in the line. And what we know about Enbridge is that in the Dakota Access Pipeline, when the courts ordered a federal EIS to be continued, Enbridge said no. When the courts ordered Enbridge and DAPL to close down, Enbridge said no. We continue to run. So they disregard federal courts. The same thing in Michigan. They disregard Michigan, governor, you know, DNR. So, you know, if you want to have a little bit of decency, Tim Walz and Joe Biden, you'll do an EIS before they get to oil. Because once they get to oil, it's very unlikely that they will stop.
Well, do you think there's going to be any political consequences of like voting wise? I know this last election cycle there was a lot of talk about the Indian votes.
Yeah, I mean that's what's so disappointing. Indian people put these guys in, you know, and we believe, you know, I drove people to the polls through a sea of Trump signs so that they could vote for Joe Biden. And this is what we get, a pipeline shoved down our throats by Joe Biden, you know. So we're going to continue to stand for and protect the water, and we're going to pray for some rain for the north, and we're going to continue to fight the criminals.
I have a few more questions. What is it like to, you know, we have the greeting you're receiving today. I assume you've been to protests here or gatherings here. This isn't a protest, it's a walk, a ceremony. They made it really clear that they want people to hold prayer and hold space together. And this is how you're met by the state law enforcement. How does that make you feel, I guess?
It makes me feel like Enbridge owns the police in Minnesota. That's what it looks like today. You know, $72,000 for today. Rack it up, Enbridge. $72,000 for today. I'll tell you what, we could do a lot better in my community with $72,000 than a bunch of cops and barricades.
And that's going on. That's because these police officers are going to charge the fund to get reimbursed.
Yeah, this is going to be paid for out of the escrow account. And in the escrow account, they talk about how much is being paid to Aiken County and to Hubbard County and to Cass County and Beltrami County. how much did the Department of Natural Resources get to bill? How much did the State Patrol get billed? We don't know how much that is, but I'll tell you what, the Department of Natural Resources, which makes the decisions to allocate 5 billion gallons of water without a permit, is on the dole to Enbridge. That's quite clear. And we just like to know how much their price tag was. Seems like the system don't work. I've been trying to make the system work, man. 7 years trying to make the system work.
That's the thing. Like, that's the thing they're telling us is that it did work. And it worked not in the favor of the people, not in the favor of the water, not in the favor of the animals. It worked
for the corporations.
For the corporations. I mean, that's what they're saying. It worked.
Yeah.
The police right now are being paid to do this, and they're saying that's fine. You know, anyways. Okay.
Right.
One last thing, and I'll let you go. I know there's a lot going on.
We are all very angry.
Yeah. You know, and it's understandable. Up north, you know how much money Enbridge has been able to pay the police to police this movement? Very directly police the movement. That's what they're charging for Stop Line Freeway.
Well, 2 months ago it was $2 million. It is not being disclosed how much it is now.
They stopped disclosing it.
They will not disclose the amount that is being paid, and that is another violation of the public trust. Tim, Harrington and Waltz. You are telling us how much violence is financed by by Enbridge, and what I know is that 22-year-old people are having their jaws dislocated in pain compliance by Hubbard County cops, paid for by a Canadian multinational. That's wrong. That's wrong. This is all wrong.
Well, thank you for talking.
And the other, also I want to say that my hemp crop looks good. Yeah. And I'm all ready for the next economy. That's the hemp, solar, local food economy. We're going to do that one.
Yeah.
And then, I feel like Enbridge can grow their food with oil. I'm going to grow my food with water. We'll see how that works out.
And I always appreciate that. They're trying to actually think of like new economies, like new formations of what we can look like, how we can operate in this world. And can you give us like a vision, like an idea of what the world could be?
We wrote a whole plan. We're all ready. What I have to say, what you need is help. I don't know if I'm going to... You can catch me later on that. But, basically, the future is hemp. That's the new green revolution. That's what it is. And you could get rid of a lot of the clear cutting. You could put the paper mills back in order with hemp. That's what you could do. You could bioremediate the agricultural mess of the North Country with hemp. And you could sequester a lot of carbon with hemp. And so you should legalize cannabis and have a hemp economy like we did in the 1930s in Minnesota. And that's the new green revolution. And the tribes are going to be leading that because the state's got its head up its ass.
All right. Thank you so much for that.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, that's true. I can't argue against it.
Sorry about the swearing, but...
It's just real. It's how it goes. Thanks, man.
Yes, thank you, man. Thanks for being cool. Continuing on.
All right. What's up? His life, so. All right.
Wait, get your backpack.
Dog has a backpack.
More geared up than I am, this dog. Good to see you. Let me talk to Tom. I have a phone.
Yeah, you call him and get arrested.
I'm running into a lot of people I know and saying hello. Gotta greet the relatives. You can't just walk by, so give me a second. Hey, if you can, you want to talk at all?
Okay, sure.
You can sit right there. I'm just gonna fix the camera so it's all on.
Get him in the back room.
I will. Let's give me a second. Well, if you want to, just as we're doing this, you can introduce yourself.
All right. Bonjour, everybody. Bitwebe Gisha Kukwe Nadeshna Kaz. Bakwoman and Kamanis and Aquan, Lun Jaba, Awasasi Dudem. Ikawater Spunging Dede, Nigani Mama. Bungi at the go Nina Taja Moen. Forgive me, Jaganashi Moen. My name is Tanya Abid, is my colonized name, and I'm down here at St. Paul in front of the Capitol. And I'm wondering why they have my house on lockdown. Why can't we go visit the house over here. And why is Governor Waltz not in today to be able to take our grievances down? You know, here to be able to support my relatives that are here down in the cities here, the state capital, and I'm grateful to see all the teepees that are up. I'm very grateful to see the Anishinaabe people here standing together in solidarity to stop what is happening, the death and destruction of Mother Earth that is happening.
Where are you from? I don't know if you're...
I'm from northern Minnesota area, East Lake, Minnesota. I come down to come check it out and welcome the walkers that came in from up that way to protect the Nimama King up there. They're at one of the Mississippi crossings and I'm at the other Mississippi crossing, and you know, we're all connected by water, so that's why I'm here.
And what is it like to be greeted by this? I mean, it's very intentional. They put up these barricades. They have all these police.
Yeah, you know, like I said, why are they keeping my house on lockdown? You know, this is something that we've come down here to talk to the governor and the lieutenant governor to stop Line 3. But this is what we are met with. And since Governor Waltz is southern Minnesota, they don't see very many Indian people down here in southern Minnesota. They think that we are all wiped off the face of the planet. And, you know, I'm just here to show them that I am here, I am still alive, and, you know, I'm a living cultural species, endangered species from northern Minnesota up that way. So, you know, that's what we're doing, calling it out like it is.
Thank you so much.
Yep, see ya.
Alright, keep moving.
Water is life. Stop line 3. 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 All right, well, I want to bring up this sister who's been working hard for years on stopping line 3. She is a water protector. She works for Bemidji 350. She's a co-founder of Rise Coalition. Nancy Bolio.
Bonjour. So I need to take a quick moment here. I can't believe what I'm seeing out here. It's beautiful. You're all beautiful. We're all treaty people. So I want to welcome each and every one of you. And we couldn't do this without you. As Native people, our words have continued to fall on deaf ears. So our work with Minnesota 350, Rise Coalition, has created a space where we have landed together to create a beautiful community that we are holding today. So on June 7th, we went and prayed at the Mississippi River where Enbridge has violated the water and the land and all living things. But we held that space for 8 days in the most powerful way that we know how, and we did that with peace and prayer and ceremony, and we're going to continue to assert our treaty rights and keep showing up! So when we were at Camp Firelight, it was a treaty encampment. We were there to protect 1855 and all living things and protecting the water, protecting each other. So out of those 8 days, we evolved to this beautiful community that, well, we're here again, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. We kept meeting and discussing what we needed to do next. And so we held space at the Mississippi again for about 22 days or so. And I want to thank everybody that was there in the 90-degree weather. So, our brother Joe Morales and some like-minded people decided that we needed to take a walk, 256 miles, so we could be heard. And unfortunately, we were being met with law enforcement and a caged-up house that belongs to all of us. So when the governor told us during his campaign, no line 3 and that we'll honor treaty, we don't see this right now, and this is why we are here, because we are still here. So today we're here in a good way. We're here in ceremony. We're here to assert our treaty rights and our right to exist, our right to clean water. And line 3 violates our treaty and all the treaties along the Mississippi because the water flows. So this is a people's problem. This is not just a native issue here. This is why we called on our treaty people to help make a stand with us, to help amplify our story. It's a beautiful story. We're actually still writing it, and this is it. And sometimes I always forget to mention so many big thank yous to the nonprofits that have really supported the work at RISE Coalition. I want a big chimigwich to the Sierra Club, Minnesota Interfaith Power and Light. We got Indigenous Environmental Network that was very supportive of our work at RISE. And our call for help has been one of the most beautiful experiences and journeys I've been on in my whole life. And I'm still in awe that so many of you guys showed up today, because I want to remind everybody here that treaties intended for us to live in peace and to leave this earth in a better way, and that treaties are very much alive today as the day they were signed, and it is not okay to continue to dishonor treaties because the genocide continues when we do. So we're going to keep showing up, and we're going to keep holding space until we are heard. And to defend the treaty, Article 6 of the United States Constitution, we have to remind law enforcement, we have to remind the governor, and every level of government that defending treaties is not a crime. It is Article 6. Treaties are supreme law of the land. So I encourage all of our relatives and our treaty partners to continue to show up until we grow and we grow and we flow like the water. And this is just the beginning of the story that we are writing together. So I want to thank you guys for being here today. Continue to support the work that we hold together. Like today is a beautiful day, and we're going to keep doing this. So again, find time in those busy schedules. Make that sacrifice, no matter what it is, because we are defending those that aren't even born yet. So this is why our work is important. So again, defend the treaties, protect all the sacred. Miigwech,
Peeny Gigi, Nancy Bolio. One big hand for Nancy. Woo! Oh, woo, woo, woo. Ow. Hey, I want to introduce my co-host, Joe Vitale, and he's going to do a land acknowledgement. But before he does, I'm going to do my own land acknowledgement. This is all Indian land. Ho!
No lies found in that statement. So, I'm not really big on these fancy land acknowledgements that are like a paragraph long, so I always keep it simple. This is Dakota land, and nothing else is acceptable except land back. So I'd like to bring Robert back to further introduce other speakers on our list. Robert?
Right on. Hey, I want to introduce Sam Strong. Sam's over there talking to Nancy right now. I think they're exchanging Venmo here, paying each other off here. Hey, oh, cool. Hey, Sam Strong, Red Lake Nation, come say some words. I know you are always here when it matters. And Red Lake Nation is always here when it matters. Peeny Gigi for being here. Sam.
Bonjour, bima say gnu indigenous ka smoke one do dem misqua gami we zagani and donjaba. Bonjour wabano, nagabuno, piwedano. Bonjour nagana zemanadu, nana bonjour mamna ki. Migoich gizis to be gizis on a gook, nishwashin do the mijiki. Give me one a shook get you manadu. We do cower shook get you manadu. Migoich away suwag benesuwag, me tig zaganing. Minu be medijuan, anishnabe be medijuan. Miigwech nibi, miigwech zaganing, miigwech mitig, miigwech anishinabeg. Get one a shug get you manadu. We do cower shug get you manadu. Dapanama same opening. Well, it's good to be here today. My name is Sam Strong. I'm Secretary of the Red Lake Nation. Proud to be here. Proud to be here, not only representing my nation, but also indigenous people and water protectors worldwide. So, miigwech. I wanted to share a couple words. When I came up here, I wanted to say a prayer for everyone. And it's something that rings true to us, and it rings true to our people, is that when we wake up every day, we go outside and we say a thanks not only for life, but for all the gifts of life, our trees, our water, our spirits, our ancestors, and most importantly, a miigwech to Mother Earth for giving us this opportunity to have such a great life, to have a blessing that is life. And I think it's important that we continue to carry this philosophy for all of our people. And one of my teachings is that we should carry this teaching to all people. It is our job, it is our responsibility to help see and show the world how to live with Mother Nature, to live in concert with those animal beings around us, to live in concert with the water. For the things that are around us make up who we are. The things that we eat make up our DNA. And it's important that we cannot forget that if we mistreat those things that we need, we will suffer as a people. We will suffer as a human race. And we're seeing that today. We're seeing that with the climate crisis around the world. This summer, there was a week where we didn't see the sun. Our air quality was 350. Our children could not go outside to play. My children were not allowed to go outside and play. This is a direct result of the actions of humanity. This is a direct result of the actions of all of us. We cannot forget that. We cannot forget those things that gave us life. And we have as a human race. And so I ask all of you to be a messenger to be a part of the solution, to carry this message to your family, to carry this message to your communities back home, to carry a message that we need to change the way we interact with the nature around us. There has already been much suffering, and it's only going to get worse. But we do have an opportunity to make a difference. We do have an opportunity to show the world a better way to live in a way that will allow our children to live a good life, to live in a way where we have clean water to drink, where our animals are healthy, where our trees are healthy. These are the important things, the message that we must carry. And it's not just us that needs to carry this message, it's everyone. We must carry this message to all of humanity. And for us to really make this change, everyone has to understand the importance of these tasks. I would be remiss to not talk about our treaties, as this is Treaty Day. You know, many Indian people suffered for the betterment of this state, for the betterment of this nation. Our treaties are the supreme law of the land. They are protected under the United States Constitution, the same Constitution that this state and this nation operates under. When you violate that Constitution, there should be repercussions for your actions. When you violate our treaties, when you violate your own Constitution, you should be held responsible. As we look towards the future, let us recognize the shortcomings of today. Our government has been corrupted. Our government has been paid off. Those institutions that are meant to protect us have become corrupted by a Canadian company that means to profit off of the downfall of our water, of our nature. When those institutions can no longer protect us, it is up to us to stand up and protect what is ours, to protect Mother Earth. In moving forward, let us not turn the other way when people do wrong. Let us not forget the decisions that have been made, that have allowed this pipeline to go through, that have allowed our treaty rights to be violated. But let us also look to forgiveness. Let us look to the human good of all of us. Let us give those people in power an opportunity to make the right decision. But let us also hold them accountable. Part of looking towards the future is remembering the past. Our past is littered with atrocities. Our people have suffered, and it is time that our treaties are finally honored. It is time that we look at the truth. It is time that we look at the boarding school era. My grandmother was in a boarding school, and I know the pain that she went through. My father was part of the relocation era. These were the termination era policies that the federal government instituted to eliminate Native people. But we are still here. We will not be corrupted. We will stand up for the truth. We are the carriers of the message that all of humanity needs to survive. We will continue to stand up. We will not be quiet. We will stand up when we see these atrocities happening, and we will speak the truth. In our language, we call truth Dubwewin. But in our language, it means so much more. It means living in a way that would make our ancestors proud. It means living with the teachings that were given to us. It means living in unison with all of Mother Earth, with all of humanity, and with all of Mother Nature. And so I ask you to carry this message and to have compassion, to forgive those that have made wrong decisions, for they are also a part of this solution. And we need them. We need all of us. We need to look at the truth behind climate change. We need to look at the truth to what we are doing to Mother Earth. This Line 3 is no replacement project. It is an expansion, and it will cause the same fossil fuels as 50 coal-powered power plants. How can the president say he is for climate change and allow this expansion to go through? How can our state say they are for our climate and allow this atrocity to not only happen to the state, but to dishonor the treaties that created this very same capital, that created all of Minnesota? Listen to those that have carried on the traditions for thousands of years. We have lived in harmony with Mother Nature since time immemorial. It is time to look at the lessons that Native people can bring to the rest of the world. It is time to listen to the truth. I just want to say that it's really been an honor to sit here, and I drove 5 hours and I'm going to drive home. I got my kids back at home, and I just wanted to tell you guys that it was an honor to come down here. It was an honor to be a part of this ceremony. And please, listen to the words of forgiveness. Listen to the words of compassion. That is what we need. We need everyone to come together. We need everyone to recognize these truths. No longer will we be beholden to corporate interests, because the people will rise up. The people will stand up. And I'll leave with this. We must do it for our children. We must do it for my daughter, for my son, for those children that will come before them. And if we don't, we will suffer. And so it is time to carry this message of peace, of hope, and let us do it together. Miigwech.
Thank you, Secretary. So, when I say when our water is under attack, what do you say? Nah, when I say when our water is under attack, what do you do? And we're gonna win this shit. As the Secretary said before, We all have a part to play in this fight, whether we are the treaty holders, because the climate change, line 3, it is all connected. We are all connected. What we do here impacts the rest of the world. It impacts various industries. And that is why it is my honor to introduce Jigme, a labor leader and a Tibetan refugee, to talk more about this issue. Jigme.
This is beautiful. This is how we show up to protect our land and our water. This is how we do it. Appreciations and welcome to all the walkers and blessings on their safe arrivals. Greetings, siblings. My name is Jigme. I'm the Vice President of SCIU Healthcare Minnesota and the President of the Tibetan National Congress. As a leader of one of the largest healthcare union workers, our members know firsthand the impacts of public health risk and the dangers of tar sand oil to the health and wellness of our future generation. Our healthcare providers are already seeing the effects of climate change in their patients, especially in low-income areas, from longer and more severe allergy seasons to increased number of children with asthma, cardiovascular and pulmonary issues, recently triggered by the smoke from the fire in Canada, which was also a result of climate change. I am a Tibetan refugee. My country, Tibet, was illegally occupied by China. Tibet contains one of the largest fields of water outside of the Arctic and the Antarctic. The glaciers in Tibet are melting, and by 2050, there will be none of those water, and by 2090, my country will cease to exist. My country is suffering because of other people's greenhouse emission elsewhere in the world. As a Tibetan, I know firsthand the impact of the colonizer as they assault the land that we worship, our ancient traditions, and threaten our way of life without consent. My people can no longer drink from the local river without fear. Animals are dying, drinking the poisonous water, and the grasslands, degradation and desertification of water from the various projects, especially from companies in Canada. Hundreds of my people are tortured and killed, and thousands arrested for speaking out. Under Chinese occupation, my people have been denied the basic rights to determine the use of their own natural resources, which is no different from what we are seeing here. Globally, there is an all-out assault on the water that we drink, the air that we breathe, the communities that we live in. We must fight back! We fight back! We fight back because we are on the front line caring for and responding to all those impacted. We fight back because as immigrants and as people of color, our families, our communities are amongst the disproportionately affected and hardest hit. We must fight back to save our planet from corporate greed and broken political promises. We must fight back because it's our time to take back power. And because our families, our communities, and our future generations expect us to. Environmental justice is undeniably linked to the fight for social, gender, immigration, and racial justice because our communities need all of them to win. As a community, we do not have to choose between a healthy economy and a healthy environment. Our families and our communities can and should have both. The Line 3 pipeline is disastrous, immoral, and irresponsible. And many politicians in this building have failed us. But we believe it's not too late for the Biden administration to take action. Not too late. So I call on all working families from every community to join us and stand up for the health of our families, communities, and economy. We deserve a clean economy and environment for generations to come. My love and my respect to the water and land protectors across the globe. Honor the treaties, stop Line 3. And there's a saying in Tibetan, Chu Mejere. Chu Mejere means water is life.
Wow. Give him a hand. Let's get him a little big hand. Whoa. Woo. I just want to say a couple things before I introduce the next guest. One is I want to give a shout out to the American Indian movement who's taught me how to stand up. American Indian movement out there. I've seen a few of you around here. See the shirts. Ho! Also, I want to give a big shout out to our next guest and next speaker, who I've had the privilege to have on my radio show many, many times, Native Roots Radio, I'm Awake. And she speaks the truth. She speaks for all of us. She's been in this game for many years, and I look up to her, and I want to also wish her a happy belated birthday. Winona LaDuke of Honor the Earth!
Hello, my relatives. How you doing out there, water protectors? Oh, such a privilege to be here with all of our sisters and brothers to tell Tim Walz to close this down. That's right. Look, you know, our people been here for tens of thousands of years and we didn't mess anything up. You might take a couple of notes from us on how to do that, huh? It's a wild rice harvest and we still have rice after all these years and we want to keep it. Our first treaties were with the Creator and with the relatives, whether they had wings or fins or roots or paws. That's our agreement we as human beings make, our right to be here. That's our understanding, and we need to reaffirm and remember that relationship and that original treaty, because them guys, them fish, them little clams in the Shell River, them deer, them moose, they can't talk. That's us. That's us ones that got to stand up for them, yeah? So remember that, you know. I want to say gratitude to all the sisters and brothers who walked so far to bring this message to the governor and to the state representatives and senators that are here and to Joe Biden. I want to express my gratitude for your long and hard work. And I want to say for the sisters and brothers that are out there, the 68,000 of us that testified at hearings and said this was a bad idea 7 years ago, stand strong. It's a worse idea now. You know, we are here because the system isn't working, but I want to congratulate Enbridge for gaming the system well. You know, 5 billion gallons of water without a single hearing. Way to go, Enbridge. 800 people arrested, including people shot with bullets, rubber bullets, and had faces dislocated in pain compliance up in Hubbard County. Good work, Enbridge. Good work, Walz. Paid for. Our police paid for by Enbridge. Our rivers are dry in the north, Tim, and I can barely see the Enbridge truck sucking water out of municipal water supplies in northern Minnesota because of the fires in the sky and the smoke. What is this world we are living in? This time was prophesied by our ancestors. This is called the time of the seventh fire, when we got to make a choice between a scorched path and a green path. Tim Walz and the other guys is on a scorched path. And that's not the leadership we need in Minnesota. Hey, what happened to the Paul Wellstone legacy, Minnesota? That was our hero. That was a guy who stood for the little people like me. I'm like a lot of the other water protectors here facing charges in 3 counties. I'm not a criminal. I'm a water protector. The criminal is Enbridge. That's the criminal. That's the criminal that you are enabling. You know, we want this line stopped, and we want it stopped before they get to oil. They're all proud. They got all of it done so far. Just proud. You should be proud of yourself for gaming the system and arresting all those people and making a mess of the North, pitting family against family, and making us afraid to drive on our old roads up north. That's what you did, Tim. You made a mess of civil society in the North. You don't know who to turn to for help. Stand in the river looking at a frack out. The DNR cop tells me he will arrest me if I get out of the water. What is that? You know, and then I want to say, look, Biden, you got to stop this line before they get to oil. That's what you got to stop. We want a federal EIS. We want a federal court to rule against Enbridge is what we want. We want the Army Corps of Engineers to demand an EIS. And we want the line stopped, and we want the jurisdiction of our tribal court, which is holding the state DNR and the MPCA liable for the mismanagement of the water of the North. They are not caretakers, they're pillaging for profit. That is wrong. I'll tell you what, this corporation has no credibility. They're a rogue Canadian criminal. Why do I say that? Because they are responsible for DAPL. 28% of DAPL was Enbridge. And you know what happened is the federal court said that they needed to do a new EIS and repair the last EIS. The federal court ordered Enbridge to stop the Dakota Access Pipeline, and they said no. And then Michigan, the state of Michigan, the governor and the DNR said, Enbridge, you don't have a permit to run under the states of Mackinac. You've had a pipe for 62 years, it is old, and we want you to close it down. And what did Enbridge say to the state of Michigan and to the Bad River Nation? They said, no, we aren't going to close it down, we're Enbridge. So why in your mind, at what point would you allow this company to put oil in a pipe? They have no respect for federal courts. They have no respect for the federal government of the United States. They have no respect for the Anishinaabe. And they have no respect for the states. Let me tell you, Governor Walz, Enbridge has $24 billion worth of old pipes. Who's going to pay for that bill when they're bankrupt? Let me ask you a question, Tim Walz. Why are we building renewables in Minnesota when Enbridge is the largest energy consumer in this state? Why are we building solar to move sludge? Tell me that. How about we start phasing out fossil fuels and quit acting like addicts? We are ready. The tribes in the North are ready. We have been working so hard. I'll tell you what we need. We need solar. That's what we need. We need a local food economy. And you know what we need? We need to legalize cannabis. That's what we need. That would be an economy, and what we need is hemp. That's the new green revolution, and we're ready for it. Because you know what? Your paper mills are never going to have enough wood for them because you can't clear cut any more forests. But hemp is 4 times better and can sequester carbon. So let's have some vision. Let's have a new green revolution. Let's take the green path. And in the meantime, let's close down the rogue Canadian corporation before any more Minnesota patriots get thrown in jail. Stand strong. Stand strong. And miigwech to all of you for coming out. Miigwech.
Let's give another shout out for Winona, everybody! And Winona, per usual, is absolutely right about the direction we need to be taking. We need to be brave. We need to be investing in green renewable energy, in hemp. Legalize it. 420, hashtag. I see you out there. But The next set of speakers I want to introduce are those with that vision, those that have been here on the front lines with us, those who continue to advocate, to lobby, and to fight power with power. And I'd like to introduce the House and Senate Minnesota delegation. Give them a round of applause, everybody!
I am State Senator Mary Kunish, and I am so excited to see all of you out here, to see these teepees on our Capitol lands. Thank you, Rory Wake 'em Up, once again for your incredible ability to bring our communities together in a way that makes us proud here at the Capitol. We have to remember this land is and was the Dakota lands, the homelands of our people. We shared it with our Anishinaabe brothers and sisters, our Ho-Chunk brothers and sisters, and so many more. And it is our responsibility, not just as Indigenous people, but as elected officials, to make sure that we are making decisions at that Capitol, in that building behind us, that are going to have positive consequences for the next 7 generations. I come from a long line of strong, proud Lakota Standing Rock folks. And one of the first things I learned from my grandpa was that we take care of what is ours. That when we go someplace, when we use something, when we do something, we leave it in better condition than we found it. And with this Line 3, Enbridge Line 3, running through our state, through fragile ecosystems, crossing 220 some bodies of water, when there are frack outs, when there are spills already. One day it was 9 frack outs. The next day we were told it was 12 frack outs. The very next day it was 28. Well, we now know that there are more that haven't even been told about. And this is not allowable in any way, shape, or form. So I have with me partners in pushing against Line 3. I have partners behind me. I have my Anishinaabe sister here. We're speaking for our sister Heather Keeler up in Moorhead. We're speaking for the Lieutenant Governor to say no Line 3. No Line 3. And I'm speaking for all of our missing and murdered Indigenous women who we have lost generation after generation after generation. There is not a one of us in this crowd, there is not a one of us Native American people who have not lost a great-grandmother, a grandmother, a mother, a sister, a cousin, a loved one. And this is the historic trauma we carry to this day. And we have to end it here. We absolutely have to end it now. The women came to the permit hearings and said, it's going to happen. It always happens in the extracting communities. When you bring thousands of men who have time on their hands, when they have money in their pockets, what happens? Every single time, it's our vulnerable communities, it's our women that go missing at higher rates than any other. It is those women who have the violence that changes their trajectory in their life, that changes the DNA in their bodies, that passes it on to the next generation. And so here in Minnesota, while we have created a Missing and Murdered Indigenous Task Force, we have created a permanent office in this state government, it is not enough. Because as long as Enbridge has these pipelines running through the veins of Mother Earth, this will happen again and again. And we tell ourselves, we tell our community, we tell Enbridge and the extracting industry, our sisters are not for sale. Between February and June, there were 2 sex trafficking stings. And those stings netted men that were out there looking uniquely, specifically, intentionally for Native American women. Some of those men that were caught were Enbridge men. Even though Enbridge will say, we do this training, we tell them don't do it. How are you going to control 4,000 men that come into our state in one place? Impossible. So once again, I tell Enbridge, and I tell the extracting industry, and I tell our communities, our Native American women are not for sale. So I'm going to end here, and what I would like to do is just have my legislative allies, your legislative allies, step up to the microphone. I'd like them to introduce themselves, tell you what district they come from, and know that these are our supporters in the legislature, in our communities, in the treaties, and in Indian land. So Chimigwich, Wapalatanka, Pinagigi, Piamia, thank you so much for being here and supporting the rights of our Native Americans and the treaties of the United States of America.
Aneen. My name is Jamie Becker Finn, born and raised Leech Lake, but now represent suburban Ramsey County communities. Senator Kunish and I came into the legislature at the same time, and it's really amazing to see how many people are here. 4 years ago we had an event here at the Capitol. We didn't put fences up 4 years ago when there were events at the Capitol. And I spoke at that event, and I'm pretty sure the only legislators there were myself and Senator Kunish and Peggy Flanagan and Susan Allen. And really, the people who are behind us, like this group keeps growing. I do want to give a shout out. I know Representative Greenman was here as well as Representative Hollins was here as well. So there are even more of us. Those guys with the guns and the fences probably make you think that you aren't welcome to reach out to your state government, but that's not true. There are many of us who are very happy that you are here, who are very excited to see you here. Thank you for being here. So when I was first elected, they tried to push a bill through so that Enbridge wouldn't even have to jump through any hoops. And we fought back against that, and we were a small but mighty Native Women's Caucus fighting against that. And really this group of people behind me should be a lot bigger. Because we all agree, many people talk about how important it is that we do something about the climate crisis. And yet, where are they? Where are your voices? Where is your position on this project? Because this is totally opposed to any of you who think you're going to do anything about the climate crisis. And I think those folks, they're afraid. I think they're afraid of people with more money, of organizations with more money. They're afraid of who might get mad at them, but that's not really what we should be here to do as legislators. We should be here to do the right thing. This shouldn't be hard. It is really obvious what the right thing to do is. And so in the spirit of what Secretary Strong said earlier, I encourage those of you who've been on the sidelines, those of you who know in your hearts that this is the right side of this to be on, this is the time to stand up. This is the time to join us. We will welcome you. We want you to join us. We will keep building. And so I also want to point out to all of you that there will be more of us here fighting this fight. We are not the majority yet in this body, but we will be. And so I see all the young people here, I see the kids here. I know that my kids know what's right. I know what I'm teaching my kids. And so we need to nurture that. We need to keep growing that. So please connect the action that you put into this, into voting, into supporting candidates who share your values, because this group behind me only gets bigger when people stand up. We may not have more money than Enbridge, but we can have more power if we choose to. So Chinagwich, everybody, for being here today. Shout out to the ricers. It's ricing season right now, and because of climate change and the drought, it's really hard to get to our rice right now. That rice is still growing in places, but it's a challenge. But that is really the heart of what we're fighting for. It isn't just when we talk about Mahnomen, it isn't just a story. It is who we are, and that is why we will continue fighting to protect it. So, Chinagwich for joining us all in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Mike Freiberg, State Representative, District 45B, Stop Line 3.
Thank you so much for your advocacy. I'm Sydney Jordan from 60A, and we need a climate generation future. Thank you for being here.
Ann Rest from District 45. You can't drink oil. Water is life. Stand up and step out. Thank you.
Hello everybody, State Representative Dave Pinto from St. Paul, Highland Park, McAllister, Groveland area. It is so good to see everybody here. Thank you for standing up for water, for life, for treaties, and for all of us now and for future generations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep at it. Thanks.
Good afternoon, my name is Aisha Gomez. I represent the south side of Minneapolis. District 62B, hello. You all look so beautiful today. Thank you so much for being here. I just want to send love and support and a shout to the people on the front lines holding this struggle down. Thank you so much for doing that for those of us who can't be up there all the time. And everybody, please look up the bail fund, because hundreds of people have been arrested. Look up legal and bail fund defense for the frontline water protectors. Thank you so much. We love you. Thank you for being here.
Uh-oh. Tell me what democracy looks like. I said, show me what democracy looks like. If you're not careful, the oppressor will have you believing that they're the ones being oppressed. This is what democracy looks like. My name is State Representative John Thompson. I represent Senate District 67A. Hey! 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 I love y'all.
Have to go after that. I will not be inspiring, but I'm very excited to be here. I'm Sandra Theis. I represent the district of 41B in Senator Kunesh's district. She has been such an inspiration to me as a first-term legislator. My district is the southern part of New Brighton, Columbia Heights, St. Anthony, and Hilltop. Yay, I love my district. And I'm an immigration attorney, and we know a lot about showing up against the odds and speaking up, and this is just so inspiring to me. I feel so at home, and as a mother and a representative of my community, I stand with this movement, and I call on President Biden and Governor Walz to stop Line 3. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Right. My name is Erin Murphy. I am a registered nurse. I am a Minnesota State Senator. And when asked to choose, I stood up against Line 3. I am always going to honor the treaties, and I am in this job to build a future for all of us, and Line 3 is an attack on that future. It is why I'm standing with my colleagues today. It is why I'm here with you today. And I want you to know, as hard as this is, and this is as hard as F, isn't it?
It is. As hard as this is, I believe deeply in a politics that solves problems. I believe deeply in a politics that builds our future. I believe in you. I believe in us. I believe that we will prevail as long as we continue in this fight together. I love you very much. Thank you for being here. Keep fighting.
Senator John Marty from Rollinsville. Had a couple of things wanted to say, but because of time, I'm going to cut it short. First, I want to thank the Indigenous grandmothers from White Earth for being here and holding the ceremonial grounds. And thank you for the water protector marchers. We've been fighting for well over 5 years to stop Line 3 in the regulatory process in the PUC, at the Capitol, in the courts. We continue to fight through rallies and protests and everything else. Speaking up, now we're asking, more appropriately we're demanding, that the governor and the president of the United States step in and block the project. We cannot relent in this request. Our future depends on it. The recent UN climate report called climate change a code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening, they said. The evidence is irrefutable. And we're hearing an urgent effort to stop a pipeline that will not only maintain, but will significantly increase our greenhouse gases when we're supposed to be stopping them. Winona LaDuke, in her eloquent letter from the Wadena County Jail the other day, it was eloquent. Do find it, do read it. She articulated how wrong it is that our government has allowed Enbridge, a multinational Canadian fossil fuel company, to shove a pipeline down the throats of Anishinaabe people. She said, "We have tried every legal recourse to no avail. It's time that the Indian wars come to an end." And in her letter from the jail, she also declares it's time to quit fighting with Mother Nature. And she points out, you can't win that war. That's the reason we're here. That's the reason we need President Biden and Governor Walz to stop this ecocide. That's the reason we can't back down. As the essayist Wendell Berry said 20 years ago, whether we and our politicians know it or not, nature is party to all of our deals and decisions, and she has more votes, a longer memory, and a sterner sense of justice than we do. The drought that Minnesota is facing, the ever-increasing forest fires, the record heat waves, 121 degrees in Canada last month, 121 degrees. The stern sense of justice as nature is already striking back, and the blows will become ever more deadly. Whether we know it or not, as Winona says, Wendell Berry says, nature has more votes, a stronger memory, and a sterner sense of justice, and it's our children who will suffer, and their children, people who aren't even born yet. They'll suffer far more than the politicians and the investors in Enbridge ever will. We don't have a choice. We can't relent. Please, Governor Walz, please, President Biden, this isn't a political decision. It's a decision that matters for your children and our children and their children. It matters for those not yet born. Give those generations a chance to look back at us. And thank you for giving them a chance rather than looking at our generation saying, why did you sit idly by when this happened? We have no choice. Please, President Biden, please, Governor Walz, stop Line 3. Stop Line 3.
Stop Line 3! Stop Line 3!
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akola Devadamosi. I'm here on behalf of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, representing Minnesota State District. She would have loved to be here today, but unfortunately she's back in Congress for votes. But she wanted to let you all know that she is leading a letter to President Biden, urging him to stop the construction of Line 3. We have a dozen members of Congress joining the letter. We also have over 40 state legislators by the efforts of Representative Heather Keeler and State Senator Mary Kunesh. And I just wanted to let you guys all know, thank you guys for fighting the good fight, and thank you all for being out here, and keep on keeping on.
who we got to remember it's only 400 days until the next election, roughly, and that's coming around the corner, and this is going to be a very, very important election. Talk to your politicians and see where they're at. At the end of my show, I always say, we need to resist, divest, join a group, and run for office. All of you should run for office. Now, next up here, we got the Youth and Power group from Minneapolis, and I just want to give them a big shout out and come on up here and speak your truth. Youth and Power, woo!
Hello everyone, my name is Analia Schlegel dos Santos. I'm the Director of Youth and Power. We teach young people in North and South Minneapolis about community organizing through the lens of environmental justice. We had 19 interns from George Floyd Square and from North Minneapolis make this banner this summer. And Michaela's going to say a few words to y'all.
Hi, I'm Michaela. I'm 17 and I'm from North Minneapolis. And I've been in Youth and Power for 3 years, and for the past 3 years, like she said, we've been learning about community organizing through the lens of environmental justice. And I don't want to spend the rest of my life learning about how my environment is being poisoned. I am a water protector, and I'm calling everybody in power to stop Line 3, and like the Lorax, I protect the trees, I protect the soil, I protect the water, and I protect the bees. Thank you.
Come on, everybody, let's give it up to the youth. Why are we here if not for them? And this fight is always centered, youth power and youth voices. But it's sustaining that energy with the knowledge of our elders. And so it's my pleasure, my honor to introduce Gene Skinaway, a board member of the 1855 Treaty Authority. Let's give it up. Gene!
Oh, you got it. All right. Chimigwech, Ani, Mikanak, Ikwe, Indish Nakaz, Oasasi and Dudame, Kamiwan, Gagamag and Dunchaba. Gene Skinaway is my name. I'm from Sandy Lake, Van, Mississippi. Up at Sandy Lake in Aiken County. I'm a board member of the 1855 Treaty Authority and have been for a while. We have been meeting so far since the Enbridge. We've been meeting pretty much almost every month now, but it's been quarterly for the last 10 years. We meet, the 1855 is that reservations include the Mille Lacs, the Leech Lake, White Earth, reservations, and we have several board members. Some couldn't make it. One of the other board members is in the hospital today. She couldn't make it. But just wanted to thank everybody for coming out today. And this is a beautiful, beautiful site. At Sandy Lake, we also have the threat of mining. And that is another huge threat. And please be aware of that. That's coming up soon. Just thank you again. Thank you again.
Our next speaker is, a great friend of mine and a great friend to you all. I was going to joke and introduce him as Don Marco, but I'll just settle it with, next up is Marco from Copal, and also a member of the Advisory Council on Climate Change for Governor Tim Walz. Let's go up.
All right. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Buenas tardes, water protectors and treaty people. My name is Marco Hernandez. I'm the Public Policy Director for Copal, and I'm also, as Joe said, the appointed member on the Governor's Advisory Council on Climate Change. So what I'm about to say next doubles as an official statement as the lone Advisory Council member on this stage and in this event. Thank you to the Indigenous Environmental Network, Honor the Earth, the RISE Coalition, Minnesota 350, Minnesota Interfaith Power and Light, DSA, and many other organizations and activists and water protectors that are here for showing that we're not fucking around. Governor Walz, liberal climate delay is the same as conservative climate denial. The United States sees itself as a leader in every manner, yet, while claiming to be better than countries south of their border, the U.S. can only pass the blame of the climate crisis to developing countries. Because of the people of El Salvador value its water more than mining companies, they banned hard rock mining. In Mexico, President López Obrador is drastically decreasing the export of water to breweries crafting beer for the U.S. and rerouting that water to replenish marshes and wetlands. The 7th chapter in Ecuador's constitution is titled Right of Nature, that establishes Pachamama, or Mother Earth, as a legal entity. All these Latin American countries and countries outside the United States are actively doing something to try and curb the climate crisis, while we are just trying to convince our government, our governor, that the earth is a priority. But no, he just went around and said, let's ramp this shit up, let's expedite the process, and that is absolutely wrong, Governor Walz. Minnesota, Governor Walz, this year alone, has seen record heat waves, record drought, and the wildfires up north that have affected all of us negatively. While dealing with these extreme climate conditions and the expedited Line 3 project, the White Earth Nation and other Ojibwe bands took the righteous path and brought the state and the Department of Natural Resources to tribal court for violating the rights of wild rice, Manumin, for violating the rights of multiple treaty rights for tribal members to hunt, fish, and gather wild rice outside reservations. The already rusted Line 3 not only crosses the Leech Lake and Fond du Lac reservations, but also break multiple treaties, like the 1854 and 1855 treaties, and actively harm indigenous and frontline communities. The line itself will cross lakes and impact 389 acres of wild rice, Governor, that are sacred to Anishinaabe. And as for the man camps that we've been talking about, there's proven research that helps workers from Line 3, it has brought the increase of drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and violent crimes that disproportionately affect indigenous women and relatives. The Onbridge Company went further and bankrolled rural county sheriffs like Hubbard County to go against water protectors and supported the use of violence and torture towards them. And the TARP and the pipelines go to refineries that are usually situated in communities of color and frontline communities. There is no benefit to supporting a Canadian multinational company, and there is no benefit from Line 3. This pipeline affects more than Minnesota. The Mississippi River connects with several rivers, all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico that can be directly affected. An oil leak can bring its harm down to Latin America and the world. For the sake of humanity, for the sake of the sacred, our future generations, and justice, Governor Walz, pull the fucking permits and stop Line 3. Thank you so much. Water is life.
Stop Line 3! As we listen to, in the hot sun, that this pipeline impacts a lot of people, and whether you know it, it impacts you. And that's my message to you. The next speaker is to talk about the strike that is going on in Minneapolis. The next speaker's name is Stryker, and he's an essential worker, and he's going to talk more about what they're doing and how this pipeline is related. All right, Stryker.
There's a lot of people here. Let's go find some water. Let's keep listening. What's he doing here again?
Hello out there, my people. We've been striking for 8 days now, and it's just an asshole. All these bosses are making it hard for us to make a living wage for us.
People
who are working with them. We're tired of it. We want better health care. We want more money for our families, and more respect for what we do. Our work is very dangerous, and we risk our lives every day for the big companies of Minneapolis and St. Paul to have their windows cleaned, and we just want more respect, and hopefully they give it to us. But as of now, we're going to be striking for a better tomorrow and for a better life for our families, and just fight.
Do you guys have cups?
Oh my gosh. And water.
Can I get?
We are here celebrating because we all work together.
They gave me a bigger cup.
We can
I'm super
stop them,
thankful.
all the rich from robbing us, and just fight. Thank you.
Stop Line 3! I want this young lady to introduce herself here. We have another great speaker. Come on up here.
Hello everyone, my name is Valentina McKenzie. I use she and her, they, them pronouns. I'm currently the coalition organizer for Reclaim the Block. As I was thinking about what I was going to say to you all today here, a thought came into my mind, and the first one was about my father. My father, his name is Charles McKenzie. He was a member of the White Earth Ojibwe band.
Ariana. Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, this is you know. This past weekend I spent time with some indigenous organizers out at a retreat space, and we were collectively thinking about how we can get closer together.
I'm gonna walk around.
That's okay. Him and my mom together adopted 6 kids through ICWA. One of my most vivid memories that I have of him is during the time of the Dakota Access Pipeline protests. And I remember running back to him and telling him, like, Dad, let's go. It's going to be my birthday. Like, I want to go. It's the largest momentum that's ever been built. Like, it's the largest gathering of indigenous people in our history. It's the right thing to do. Let's go. And he just looked at me and he said, what? We're never going to win. And in that moment, that was the first time I ever saw, like, hopelessness on his face. And a few weeks went past, and I remember running home from school and being like, Dad, we did it, we won. Like, President Obama issued an executive order to stop the pipeline. And the look of gold on his face, I can still remember to this day. It was definitely a smile of, like, relief, justice, hope being restored. And it's a smile I'll never forget. As we know, that story didn't end well. The Trump administration took over and the pipeline continued. You know, I, over the years of organizing, have learned through MPD 150's intensive research and their study on MPD's history of the Minneapolis Police Department that we only have the Minneapolis Police Department today because of the because of the hanging of the Dakota 38. You see, police are not here to protect and serve us. They are only here to protect and serve property and profits. We have seen many protesters from Line 3 be arrested, still being held captive. Why? Those are the folks that are protecting us, protecting our land, protecting our kids' future, protecting our water, right? I ask if police are really here to protect and serve, and if they are the folks that are supposed to enforce these laws, then why are we standing here today? Enbridge is the real criminals. We have seen these treaties be violated, be distorted, and we're here to say no more. We want our land, we want healthy water, we want our people to be safe, and we actually want you to do your jobs, and that's actually like follow through and do the things that we ask of our representatives. We're tired of listening to your promises at the doors, on your podiums, when you're making your speeches. We want you to actually do what you say you're going to do. Stop Line 3. Water is life. Thank you.
We got it. I was just laying over there. All right. I was taking a nap. We got it.
What happened? Well, the police are walking somebody out. I don't know exactly what happened.
Appreciate you being out here.
Hey Roy, why are they detaining this guy? You know?
I was just taking a nap.
Sorry.
What happened?
That's the nephew, the one I was telling you about. There.
Can you hear me? My name is Justice Kinzer.
It looks like people are aware.
We've been involved in this stuff for 8-9 years. It started off, we just started going to those little town hall meetings when it was still the sandpiper. We never knew that it was going to go this long, or it was going to be this big of a deal, or that they were going to keep coming the way they have. I kind of want to remind everybody that this isn't a protest. Everybody being here, this is not a protest. The longest walk that they did from Alcatraz to Washington, D.C., that was never a protest. What that was us asserting, us as Native people asserting our treaty, our sovereignty rights, because we don't really have a mechanism of doing it. You know, when it came down to the prep work and everything else for this and the meetings that they had, our tribes were never properly consulted. when it came down to making the decision if they were going to let this pipeline go through, even as soon as what was that, June? They had amended a water permit where they went from 500 million gallons to 5 billion gallons, and it was just a jump, you know. And they knew back in November that they were going to need that water, but they didn't want to go for 5 billion right away because they knew that it would get shot down. So what they did is they illegally had a new permit process, and they were supposed to have a 30-day comment period in there, and we were never allowed that. We've been lucky enough to be involved with a lot of people like Minnesota 350, the Walkers. We had a Treaty people gathering earlier this year, different things that they've done, and they've been amazing. You know, Minnesota 350, Honor the Earth, the Sierra Club. I mean, there's tons of them out there. If you want to get involved, there's tons of places that you can get involved in. You know, one thing that I've seen is during the Treaty people gathering and when they took that little piece of land on that easement, we wanted to control the narrative of what was going on. We didn't want them to turn that and make it something into something it wasn't. You know, we didn't want the police to come in and escalate and to try to make it look like we were the violent ones or that we were in the wrong. When in reality, we were in ceremony. We were doing what we needed to do for that land that they were desecrating by coming in with that pipeline. Same thing here today. When you see all these fences and all these officers, you know, that's them trying to change that narrative and make it out that we're these bad people. When in reality, we're standing up for our Mother Earth, and we don't want no more pipelines here. We don't need that here. Right now, we're involved in a court case that the state is trying to stop. We're suing on the fact that they didn't give us proper consultation. We're suing on the fact that they lacked all the scientific studies, and we're suing on the rights of the Monoman. So with that, I want to introduce Mr. Terry Janice. When it comes down to the rights of Monoman, we're still learning about this stuff ourselves. And Terry has a whole lot of information on that, and I'd like to say thank you, everybody. Miigwech, just makes my heart feel good that everybody come out here. Stop line 3. No more of these car stands.
Hello. My name is Terry Janice. I'm Ogallala Lakota from the Great Sioux Nation, Pine Ridge Reservation. I'm out here in the Ojibwe country and Dakota country, on the lands of our people, the lands of which need to be respected. The United States of America has completely rejected the idea that this land that we stand on exists before us, with us, and after us. And that these lands have a right to exist, have a right to be healthy, have a right to thrive. When these lands are injured, they have a right to recovery. They have a right to regrow and reestablish itself. Every aspect of these lands has a right to stand on its own being. Inamaka, this earth has its own legally protectable rights. This country does not recognize this. This country is blind to this truth. This country believes that human beings can own property and do with it what they want, can use it, extract, destroy, as long as there is some idea of the possibility of reclamation. But we know that that is also a lie. The environmental laws of the United States of America are a farce. They are a lie. The environmental laws of the United States of America do not protect the land. It is time for the United States of America, for the state of Minnesota, for every single county, municipality, and community to establish rights of nature laws to protect the earth the way it needs to be protected. The one sovereign authority in this state that has done this is the White Earth tribe. With them is the Minnesota Chippewa tribe. And through them, every other Ojibwe community in northern Minnesota. You see here in Minnesota, the indigenous peoples of this state taking the lead to do what we all should do. Respect the rights of nature, establish a legal mechanism where those rights are protected under law. I have no doubt that each one of you has a relationship with the earth. That whenever you walk on this land, the spirit of that earth comes up through your feet, into your breath, into your being. That very reality is a part of all of our legacy. It is a part of the creation of us. We are created from this land. We will return to this land when we die. This is a truth that none of us can escape. The land itself. The land itself. Part of what this conversation is about is the White Earth Nation establishing rights of Monoman legislation and utilizing that to sue Enbridge and Line 3 for violating the rights of nature, for destroying and taking too much water, and harming nature in the way that is not intended to be. This is the first litigation that is happening now, and it deserves all of your support. You were asked how you can engage, how you can be supportive. Each one of you lives on land. A part of that land is a part of the political system of this state. Each one of you has a responsibility to approach your legislators and tell them to establish rights of nature legislation. Tell them to establish rights of nature legislation in the state of Minnesota. All of these politicians that were standing behind me earlier, all of them need to step up to this fight. Each one of you has an obligation. You have an obligation. You have to do this. Approach each one of your legislators and tell them to establish rights of nature legislation. These are the processes and mechanisms that will change this country. If you know anything about U.S. law, you know that we are so far behind. Earlier speakers talked about Ecuador and other countries that establish constitutional provisions that recognize nature having legally enforceable rights. This country is so far behind the times, so childish in its approach to our relationships with the earth. This country needs to change, and each one of you has an obligation to be a part of that change. The final thing I want to say is that White Earth Nation, I work with NIBI Center, which is a nonprofit on White Earth. And one of our projects is this Whites of Nature Institute. And in that project, we are working with the tribes to establish rules and regulations that will implement the rights of Monoman legislation. So the rights of Monoman legislation does two things, just like any other rights of nature provision will. One, it establishes law under which you can bring litigation. In this country, that is a hard task. The second thing it does, it establishes an infrastructure in which every human being living within their community has a responsibility to not only take care of the earth themselves, but monitor and see where other people are harming the earth, and be a part of that enforcement mechanism that calls out people who are destroying the land and engages them in a legal way to stop their harming of the earth. That's what we're putting together on White Earth in a very detailed sort of process across the whole reservation, focused on wild rice, Monoman, in which the people who live closest to that Monoman are most intimately familiar, have the most intimate relationships with Monoman, with wild rice, are the key players in making sure that that wild rice is taken care of, that when it is gathered in a proper way and at a proper time, and that are a part of the monitoring enforcement of those rights. This is the kind of process that we need to create, where it's not only a law that stands above us, but it's a community that engages from the ground up. This is what I encourage you to engage. Thank you.
Anin buju and Dinoy Magnad. Renee Kiefer Indigenous Culture National and Minnesota and the Govanesi and the Den. Mokamani Gansing and Dandis, the Kabikandi and the Tawagigu, make Hawash and the Gandakos. My name's Renee Kiefer. Waxwell is how I am known. I am Thunderbird Clan. I was born in Cloquet and I grew up in Brooklyn Center, Minneapolis area, went to Richfield schools, graduated from Brooklyn Center. It's amazing to see this. We've been on this for years. And how we started was with the pesticides. Driving around on the reservation, seeing these chemicals being used, and telling my husband these are bad. And he said, well, why are they bad? Well, they're making people sick. Well, how? And that what started my educational career. I'm an environmental scientist with an emphasis in environmental health and toxicology. I just recently started the graduate program at Bemidji State University for environmental science. In fighting the pipelines, we are fighting these pesticides. We are fighting these chemicals because that's where those chemicals come from. You look at all the stuff that's around us, all the contamination, all of the pollution, all of the floating plastic islands in the oceans, in the PFAS that are found in the umbilical cords of our newborns. Those are all from the petroleum. It's not just about the pipeline, it's about what comes after. What do they make out of that? They make our makeup. They make our hygiene products. It's poisoning our food. The cancer is the #1 cause of death in Minnesota, and it's because we're eating, breathing, and drinking oil. It's time that we change the way that we are doing things so that our babies have a chance. You know, as a cancer survivor, I don't ever want my children to be as sick as I've been, and that's what's gotten us on this path. We have to do better. We have to do better together. This is not something that one person can take on by themselves. It's up to all of us. If all of us do just a little bit more, just work a little bit harder, go to an extra class, get a little educated, go to your county meetings, go to your town hall meetings. You know, let your voice be heard, write some letters, make some phone calls. Thank you for showing up. But we have to change this. We have to change this because it's a contamination of the population. And until we change the way that they were doing things, it's just going to continue to get worse. And with this drought, with them taking all that water, when we see the water levels dropping, those concentrations of all those chemicals have increased so much. You know, we are so polluted. We are polluted in our waters, we are polluted in our air, we are polluted in our souls. And I'm so amazed by this today for all of you coming out. And I thank you so much. Thank you so much for standing. And I know the courage it takes to stand.
Miigwech Renee, and quite frankly to the White Earth delegation that came up here and spoke. Renee really put it all out there. Can we just give her another round of applause, please? Now, we've all been sitting underneath this hot sun, listening to a lot of words. Let's give ourselves a break, and let's listen to some good music. Let's bring up our performer, Miss Kyle, everybody.
And I just want to encourage you seriously, thank you so much for coming out here and lending to this crowd. There are some of you who have come out here for many years, so thank you so much. We're going to so I want you to give out a big yell as if we were your witness. The people gonna rise like the water. We're gonna face this crisis now. I hear the voice of my great granddaughter saying, shut this pipeline down. The people gonna rise like the water. We're gonna face this crisis now. I hear the voice of my great granddaughter saying, shut this pipeline down. The people gonna rise like the water. We're gonna face this crisis now. I hear the voice of my great granddaughter saying, shut this pipeline down. The people gonna rise like the water. We're gonna face this crisis now. I hear the voice of my great granddaughter saying, shut this pipeline down. Shut this pipeline down. Keep it in the ground. That's right. Just one more, and I want to thank you, but he just said one thing a little bit mistakenly because I'm not a performer. I want you to be singing with me. The songs are much more powerful when we sing together. This is not American Idol or The Voice, and it's not about me. It's about all of us together, okay? So sing this song with me. If you love the water, Mississippi, your turn. If you love the water, Mississippi, then have the courage to stop line 3. Your turn. Then have the courage to stop line 3. Yep. If you love the water, Gitchigami, then have the courage to stop line 3. If you love the water, Mississippi, then have the courage to stop line 3. If you love the water, Mississippi, then have the courage to stop line 3. Have the courage to stop line 3. Thank you so much. I know that they're running a little short on time, but doesn't this feel like the most important part? I know that the speakers were so good and I appreciated everything that they had to say, but doesn't this also feel really important? Yeah. Gitchigami, we respect you. We're here to protect you till all of our children know your name. Gitchigami, we respect you. We're here to protect you till all of our children know your name. Gitchigami, till know your name. Gitchigami, we're here until all of our children know your name. Because this big light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this big light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This big light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. I can't shine your light for you. You need to let your shine. I made it up just now. I can't shine your light for you. You need to let your shine. I can't shine your light for you. You need to let your shine. Let your shine. Let your shine. Let your shine. Peace and blessings, everybody. Much respect to the booth. Booth. Booth and the girl. We're here. We're here to shut this shit down. Booth. Booth. Boots on the ground. We're here. We're here to shut the shit down. Boots. Boots. Boots on the ground. We're here. We're here to shut the shit down.
We might as well go to the table.
We're here to shut this shit down.
Here to shut the shit down. Now believe that shit. Next speaker is Jelani with Care, Minnesota. Jelani.
I want to start off by greeting you all with a greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and blessings be upon you all today. I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank all of you for coming out and standing for each other and for this amazing planet that we live on. I want to take the first moment to ask you the simple question that everybody here today knows the answer. Did you show up today? Let me try that again. Did you show up today? I know many of you came to this space from a lot of different backgrounds. So I want to just acknowledge we've been sitting for a long time for many of you. So if you want to just stand up and stretch, go ahead and do that. And in the meantime, I want you to take a moment to look at something that I've been seeing this entire time while this event has been going on. It's this beautiful tree right here behind you.
Did you make this?
I want you to see this beautiful tree because this beautiful tree has a lot of history. And if you could speak to us today and tell us about the history of this land, it would tell us a lot. And you see earlier today as the sun was beating down how many people seeked its shade. This is who we are. Everything that is living around us, we are reliant on it and we need it. Just like everybody is gathered behind that tree and seek that shade, every single one of us is here because we want to protect this beautiful planet. We want to protect this beautiful land and we want to protect the water. If you are Native American, indigenous to this beautiful land, please raise your hand. It will be acknowledged who is here today. And I want you to take a moment to look around, please. To all the Native Americans, to the people of this wonderful land, we say to all of you, we stand with you, we see you, we hear you, we believe in you, and we are in this fight with you. For all the water protectors who walked, many of us don't know them, who walked the 256 miles, can you just raise your hand and be acknowledged, please? And I want to acknowledge the people who have been standing, defending this planet since the 60s. Please raise your hand. How about the 70s? How about the good old 80s? 90s? How about the early 2000s?
Good to see you.
And if you were there, if this is your first time
keep working, so hey, what's
standing
up?
with people like this, raise your hand because we want to acknowledge you as well. We want to welcome you to this space. We want to welcome you to this space. For those who are comfortable sitting, you can sit down now. And I want to just be brief. I know many of you have heard this wonderful speech. You've heard people speak from their hearts.
Just walking back to the beginning of the front, and then we'll go back in. So.
Leaders who came in front of you, who said, we need to stop line 3. We need to stop all these lines. And what we really need is for Minnesotans to look at the window, look at the mirror, and look at ourselves. We are a state that puts on our license plates that we have 10,000 lakes, but do not care about the water that is in those lakes. We are a state that tells the rest of the country that we grow corn, a native plant, but we do not take care of the native people that taught us how to grow that down. And we are a state that claims that we have the boundary waters, that we have protected it, but we don't protect it from the mining that is destroying it and the pipelines that are destroying it. The passive-aggressive Minnesota nice, the Norwegian smile that doesn't mean much, and all of that fake smiles that we have seen for far too long is killing our planet. This land and this state has had many leaders who fought for this beautiful water, for this land. And we need to carry that torch. We need to carry that fight. And it's a shameful day today to stand in front of this building, the People's Building, and we're barricaded out. It's a shameful day to be here. This is the People's Building. We pay for the taxes of this building.
Yeah, thanks for joining us here. We're at the Stop Line 3 rally in front of the Capitol. They're talking about how the Capitol is all fortified right now. The state had fortified it. You see all the people who are here. We're going to walk back up now. I just wanted to say hello.
So much profits over people and land, but those days are over. Those days are over. I want to let you know that we have said for far too long we care, but now we need to care. As we heard from the elders earlier this morning, they said, do not abandon. Don't let this be your only cause, your only day you showed up, the only day you made something. And for those people who are watching us today who are not here, there's a lot you can do from home today. You can reshare that story and continue this fight in every single corner of the state of Minnesota. And with that, I challenge all of you who are here today. You need to speak to the people who told you they're coming, but they didn't come today. You need to speak to the people that tell you that they care, but didn't find time today to be with us today. You need to talk to the people, the companies that you work for, the churches that you came from, the synagogues that you came from, the mosques that you came from, the places of worship that you came from. Where are the rest of your family there? Where are the rest of our community there? We are fighting for our existence. We are fighting to protect next generations. We are fighting to protect the water that we are made of. We are fighting to keep a legacy of protecting this land from corporate greed. You know, this state is not known for the water anymore. This state is known for state-sanctioned violence. Whether the hanging that happened, the mass hanging, federal plan to hang Native Americans in Mankato, or the African-American men who were hanged in Duluth, or the modern-day lynching of George Floyd on 38th in Chicago, and the continuous killing of Native people in the reservation, and the missing young and beautiful Native women who we've lost because we have been too silent. The days that we stay silent are no more. This building and the people who occupy it believe that we don't have power, but we do have power. When we came this year to pass police accountability, They did not pass a single police accountability. Instead, they passed more bills to protect police. The same police that are arresting grandmothers on the front lines of Line 3. The same police officers that have put peaceful protesters, 800 water protectors, into prison. But we know that in this country, we move forward when we are put in prison and come out like Dr. King, like they put in the Winona LaDuke and she came out, and the rest of the water protectors and the rest of the civil rights leaders. They cannot imprison all of us. They cannot imprison all of us. And that is why we have to make this firm commitment to each other first. We have to make this commitment to each other. Because all we need is each other. The people of this great state need to speak up. The people of this great state needs to pick up. And if you're feeling you're good, where is your goodness today? And if you're thinking that somehow a lame job on Line 3 is what you value, and you don't value the water that you drink at night, the water you feed your baby, the water you feed your cattle, the water you feed yourself, then you have drank that Kool-Aid from the corporate greed. But we're here to wake you up, because this event is a wake-up. This event is a wake-up. We are waking Minnesota up. There is a revolution in this state, and it's beginning right here. It's beginning right here. Stop Line 3. Stop Line 3. Stop Line 3. Stop Line 3. And I want to end with this. Many of you voted for that guy named Biden because Minnesota voted for Biden. I'm going to tell you something. You better go check back on that Biden vote. You better call him right now. You better show up to the White House. You better tell him that you need to stop Line 3. And for all the elected officials who came here today, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to challenge you with a Texas 2 dance challenge. Texas elected leaders left Texas to go fight for the voting rights, and they're in Washington, D.C. right now, abandoning their children and their family, and they're in D.C. right now. If you care about Line 3, go to the White House and stand in front of it like the many people who have been standing on the front lines of Line 3 and show that you care. Show that you care. If Congresswoman Cori Bush can stay outside on the White House, on the Capitol steps, demanding an end for eviction, we can have our elected leaders stay outside of the Capitol until we stop Line 3. And I'm calling out Congresswoman, who I love, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, take the lead. Dean Phillips, where are you at? Andrew Craig, where are you at? Betty McCollum, where are you at? Get out of your comfortable zone and tell Biden that Minnesota wants to end. Stop Line 3.
What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. The revolution has come. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. When we stand up, we've already won. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. The revolution has come. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. When we stand up, we've already won. You know it now. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. What? The revolution has come. What a time. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. When we stand up, we've already won. You know it now. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. The revolution has come. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. When we stand up, we've already won. We won. We won. We won. We won. When we stand up, we've already won. We won. We won. When we stand up, we've already won. We won. We won. When we stand up, we've already won.
And expanding on that thought of and movement of standing up and winning, you know, I'm going to bring up a relative, Mike Forsha, who did stand up and who did bring an incredible victory to Indian country. You know, the revolution begins with unlearning a lot of the lies that we've been taught. You know, why is this like this? It's about maintaining control. Why does the state need to maintain control? Power. And Mike Forsha is going to talk about what it means to derail and unmask that power. Mike Forsha, everybody.
Wow. Hey, Rich. You know, I was accused of being a radical. I was called American Taliban. Well, if I was radicalized in the American Indian movement. Yes, and I stand on the shoulder of so many people, when we took the statue down last year. Yep. And I organized it, I planned it, but I was not on the ropes. And so many people come up to me and say, you know, thank you for taking that statue down. But I have to give the credit to the women and our Two-Spirit and the men who were there, because they were on the front lines. They were on the front of the rope. They are my true heroes. And he had to come down in broad daylight. That was one of the biggest things, and it had to come down at 5 o'clock because the news was starting, and we needed the world to see this. Yes. And so I didn't have to go to court. I had restorative justice. I had a great lawyer in Jack Rice. And my sentence was 100 hours of community service to teach and educate on the genocide that happened here in the United States and Minnesota. And I told the judge that I would be more than happy to do more than 100 hours. But you know what, this is a task that, and I have so many friends who are teachers and educators, we all got to stand up. And we have people out there now trying to pass laws to stop teaching history. And that's got to stop. When I was charged, and I spoke to the prosecutor, and they said, yes, we know about the genocide, and we know about the trauma, and I said, I need that in writing. I need that in writing. And so this is what she said. She says, as the prosecutor, I acknowledge that the violence, exploitation, and forced assimilation that has been inflicted upon Native people has been perpetrated from colonial times into modern times, and the trauma resulting from it is still present. The impact of those harms is largely unrecognized and unknown to the dominant culture. So we got to have everybody say this. You know, Tim Walsh, he's channeling Sibley and Ramsey, you know, and what they did to our people and the Dakota people here, he's just continuing it, you know, and it's got to stop. And when I speak to groups of people, one of the first things I say is to the white people. The first message I say is, you were not here, you didn't do it, I wasn't here, and it didn't happen to me. And we had a lot of help. Our people, long time ago, we had help from white people. And I would like to think that most of the white people here today are the descendants of those who helped our people. But there might be one or two of you here whose ancestors did some horrific things, but you have to remember, you did not do it. We are not here to blame you. The rub and the animosity comes from the fact that y'all are still benefiting from that horrific genocide that happened, and me and my people are still suffering. We're not blaming you, but we need your help for some equality. We need land back. When I spoke to the mayoral candidates over at Little Earth the other day, I asked every one of them if they knew they were on stolen land, and they all raised their hand and said yes. And then I asked them, would they be willing to give land back? We have homelessness, we have unemployment. Would they be willing to give a city park back? And I specifically said Powderhorn, Theoworth Park, and Minnehaha. And every one of them said yes. Yes, we would give the land back. And we got to start with the Indian Mountain Park that belongs to the Dakota people. That's a cemetery. Take your swing sets, take your picnic tables, take your tower, and give the cemetery back. It's an ancient burial ground. Fort Snelling should be the next one on the list. That should be given back. We are in a paradigm shift. Since George Floyd happened, since he lost his life, we are in a paradigm shift, and we have to take this by the horn. And these people are trying to slam that door so hard, and it's up to us, each and every one of us, to keep that door open. We have to keep it open. And what happened was, the church and the state, they're the ones who teamed up, and they took everything we ever had. And so, and I'm not a Christian, but I love Jesus. He's not my Lord and Savior, but Jesus, he hung out with the whores and the beggars and the thieves and the drunks. And he helped the poor, and he helped the widowed, and he helped the sick and the orphans. Who did he think was wicked? Was the people in the State House and the people in the temple. And so today, when we have the prostitutes and the drunks and the beggars and the thieves, who made them? Why is she selling her ass? Why is he begging? You know, why is he? It's because the church and the state took everything we ever had. That's why Jesus hung out with those people. So if you believe in Jesus, you got to turn this around. These people aren't for you. This guy over here isn't for you. He told me that they do a lot of charity in the Indian community. Bernard Hebda. I said, why we have poor Indians to begin with? Why you have to give charity to them? Because you took everything we ever had. That's why. So I come from Bad River, Wisconsin, and we have Line 5 up there we're trying to shut down. And we have natives, our own people, want to keep it. They want us. We have our own people support these pipelines. And part of me understands why, because they want the money. They want the resources. They want the jobs. I understand all that, but if they would have honored their treaties, we wouldn't be sitting here begging. We'd be the richest people in the world. Just honor the treaties. Anyway, we have a lot of people here. I just want to say thank you very much for coming. And if you could, say a little prayer for Clyde Belcourt. He's not doing very well. Thank you very much.
When I say land, you say back. Land. 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 All right, write that to your House and Senator and tell them ASAP. Our next speaker is the embodiment of what it is to assert your sovereignty on sovereign land among a lot of the matriarchs that we have here. It is my pleasure, my honor to introduce Sasha Bulio.
Ani Nijian Nisquagami Zagi Gan in Dunjba Makwadu Den. My name is Sasha Bolio. I'm from the Red Lake Nation. We brought our teepee here in a Red Lake flag. We've been doing this since Standing Rock. We've been fighting hard for years now for water, and it's sad that, you know, it's 2021. We're in the middle of the worst drought ever in U.S. history, and we're still fighting for our water. And Tim Walz is just disregarding the risk of all of us here today, all of the Minnesotans. This is for everybody here. I just can't believe that, you know, they're choosing Canadian corporations over the risks and livelihoods of Minnesotans here. I just don't get what the benefit is to the state of Minnesota for a Canadian pipeline to ship over to Wisconsin. It's still really blowing my mind, and I feel like the way that they're oppressing us here with all of these fences and there's cops everywhere, I feel like they're just trying to silence us and they're trying to cage us in like animals. Like, I feel like they've been doing this, they've been trying to silence us for 500 years. Like, we're sick of it, you know, we're not going away. We've been here since the beginning and we're going to be here until the end. You know, I'm really hoping that a lot of you are here to more than just listen. Stand with us, stand up with us. You know, this fight is a long fight and we're not going anywhere. So I hope that a lot of you are planning on staying with us. I hope that Governor Walz hears what we're saying and that we want to talk to him. We want to answer, why is he letting this Canadian pipeline go through our water when we barely have any water? We went to the Middle River up in Red Lake. They pumped it dry, literally. There was a puddle of fish just gasping for air. The river was dead. It was just so sad, and this was a month ago. And it's driving here from northern Minnesota to Minneapolis. It's just heartbreaking seeing all those empty lakes and ponds and streams. And they're saying that this is normal. This is not normal at all. And it's just really saddening that even on the news, they're still trying to oppress us. I was watching news at noon today, and they made it look like nobody was here. They had a shot of like 5 people, and oh, the state isn't turning back. The people, like, we don't care. Look at all of these people that care. Look at all the people that want to be here with us, that are watching us right now. We are not giving up. I'm not giving up no matter what. They say, why don't you just go home? Why don't you give up? This is our home. What are we supposed to do? Where are we supposed to go? This is our home. You know, so I really hope that people realize that as Indigenous people, we just have these spiritual things. We know the time is now. The time is now. I'm the granddaughter of Chief Red Robe. He fought for our sovereignty. Red Lake Nation is the only nation that was never stolen by the United States. It is still Native American land since the beginning. And that was my grandfather that did that. He fought hard for our water, and I continue to fight hard today for that water. So I'm really honored to be here. I'm very pleased with how many people showed up. And please let people know we are here. Get on your phone, share it to your media, let them know that we're here and we're not giving up. And I know it's hot, and I know that a lot of you have been here for a long time listening to people talk, but please stick around, you know, stay around, because we've been fighting since December. And this gets hard, this gets tough, you know, it gets hot sometimes. It got 65 below in our year. We stuck through it. We stayed there because we wanted Enbridge to know that we're strong, we're resilient, and we're not going anywhere. So I really hope that you all stand with us in our time. We need to be heard, and our time is now. Miigwech.
I walked through hell with the Red Lake Treaty Cap. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. When I say stop line, you say 3. Stop line! 3. Stop line! 3. Stop line! 3. When I say black snake, you say kill us! Black snake! Kill us! Black snake! Kill us! Black snake! Kill us! When I say water is, you say life! Water is! Life! Water is! Life! Water is! Life! Look at you, Warhol! Next up is Taisha, co-founder of Camp McGeezy. Give it up!
In the spirit of Land Back, I want to introduce my Lakota relative who came here all the way from Standing Rock.
Yummy, hello. This is 59G Matt Stack Strong. Come all the way from Solon, North Dakota, from Standing Rock. I was there to fight the pipeline. I was there to fight the pipeline from Standing Rock, and I was there. And I was there to fight the pipeline. We don't drink oil. Dip in the soil. Black snake killer! Whose land? Whose water? Stand up! Stand up! Who's gonna stand up and fight back? Who's the people on attack? Who's the people on attack? We're under attack. Fight back. What do you do when your water's under attack? Stand up. Fight back. What do you do when your water's under attack? Stand up. Fight back. What do you do when your water's under attack? Fight back. It is the word my grandpa. I'm going to sing a song for the people. It's called Mini Tony, Water's Life. Mini Tony, Mini Tony, Mini Tony, Water's Life, Mini Tony, Water's Life, Mini Tony, Water's Life. Piamalo, Dako Owase. My Indian name is Suchinaji, man stand strong. I stand up for the water. Water's life. Yeah! Alright guys. See you guys later.
Hello everyone, my name is Paige Martineau. I'm with Camp McGeezy and I'm from the Fond du Lac Reservation. As someone who's still young in their ways and still learning, I want to turn it over to my cousin Jim Northrop, who's been doing this work for a very long time. Let's give it up for Jim.
Oh, bonjour. Ani imagine kazi smakwai. Makwai ne da kwa bin ba. Jim Northrop, Shinokanashimon, Raymond Gray Hairs, Shimon. I'm just here enjoying all this space with each and every one of you. I love it. And guess what? We're all standing up for the gifts from the Creator. Those are the things that our grandfathers, our grandmothers, they all tell us this. And it's so simple. It's so simple. How is it that all these people around here, look what we got. People looking mean at us. It's like, no. What if we just came here just being ourselves and being present and enjoying life? What if we found a way that we could be content guess what? We're content, and now we're awake, and we're ready to fight. My line saying, let's sit there and just fun of creating.
So oftentimes in activism, we get caught up in something known as idol culture. And at the end of the day, I don't want you to remember my name, but I do want to give it up for all of Camp McGeesee who are standing here beside me. And I also want to take a moment to introduce, my sister in this fight, a fellow matriarch, Jake Spotted Wolf, all the way from the streets of Seattle. Thank you. Thank you, Tasha. Thanks, Jim. I love you too. As we walked by, I'm Jake Spotted Wolf. I am Mandan, Sanish, and Hidatsu. That's 3 affiliated tribes out of North Dakota. I do come from the occupied streets of Duwamish territory, or so-called Seattle, Washington. And first I would like to give thanks to our comrades this summer that held it down. If you're back behind us or out here in the crowd, thank you. Thank you for all the hard work, for quitting your jobs, for leaving your families, for all the life changes you made to come out and be with us on the front lines. It means a lot and more than you know. So I tell you, who wasn't out there? It wasn't these cops who shook when we walked past. Nonviolent protesters all summer long, not a weapon between us. As they reached for their weapons, you could see, what the fuck are they gonna do? Stand here in peaceful protest. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we have been doing. We're not the violent ones. You need to know that. And those legislators that spoke earlier, who said that they hope that this all resolves itself. They've had 3 fucking months. 3 months. Before that, they had time, right? They could have pulled the permits. They could have forced Biden's hand. You know who wasn't out on the front lines? The legislators. When my comrades were being forced into pain compliance by Hubbard County, Aiken County, Clearwater County, when I stood in a ceremony at Sundance, and Pennington County came up in riot gear, those legislators weren't there. They were not there, and they're still not there today. I don't believe you, I don't trust you. The only way we're gonna get this done is with people power. That's all of you. And we've heard a lot today about why that's important. We know that resource extraction is the current genocide, that it's killing Native Americans. We're only 1% of the population as it is. The numbers we had when Columbus shipped his Nina, Maria, Santa, Panita, whatever, when he brought those ships over, dwindled quickly for our land, for our resources, for our culture, for who we were, because we were considered sinners. We were considered dirty by the Protestants. We were considered unholy and shipped off to our residential schools. Where are those legislators now that should be standing up and doing those searches on the grounds of those residential schools here in America? I haven't heard of one. Deb Haaland promised it about 2 months ago. I haven't heard of one search yet. Searches all over Canada, and we got thousands of bodies down here in America. I don't trust you. I don't believe you. You're not going to get the job done. You're not going to stand up for Native Americans in this country, and you are not going to make sure that the indigenous are safe. You're going to continue to allow a foreign entity to come into our country, take our resources, ship it out to other countries for barely any worth, right? Those workers on that pipeline might pay for their hotel stay or the groceries or go to restaurants that they make from what they take home, or they might send it home to the states where their spouses live and their families then have to support. You can't tell me that that is worth poisoned water, poisoned wetlands, poisoned animals, no more rice, and you cannot tell me that that's worth all of the missing and murdered, trafficked people
that go missing along the pipeline. Cops, can you tell me how many women went missing this summer? Can you tell me how many pipeline workers that you busted? I can tell you how many stings. But you don't know because you're not looking for those bodies. Instead, you're out here on stolen land, protecting fucking property. You're a shameful rat, and you know it. We got people dying of cancer on Dene territory because they can't drink the water. The uranium mines spoiled it. We won't even talk about Flint. How old is that? 10 years now? The government has not gone in and fixed those fucking pipes. Come on. Richest world in the country? Or in the world? And we can't make sure that people have warm or clean water. We've got people that don't have electricity on their reservations. We've got the #1 poverty rate, the #1 suicide rate amongst Native Americans. Domestic violence, stolen trafficked women, 22%. Nobody's swooping in to save us. Animals up on the tundra in Alaska, they open them up after they hunted them, tumors. These animals are full of cancer because of resource extraction, because money matters more than people do across this country. Money does not matter more to me than any of my comrades or any of you. And I will fight until my dying breath to make sure my cultures, my traditions, my love for this earth is fought for. And they can put me in handcuffs. They can throw me into St. Louis County, Hennepin. I haven't visited there yet. I hear it's a shithole. And I will get out, and I will take another charge, and I will go back to fighting for the land, for the water, and for the indigenous people. Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you for staying with us all summer, and please stay in this fight. I love you all.
Again, my name is Tasia Martineau. I come from the Fond du Lac Reservation, and when I talk about the Fond du Lac Reservation, I'm talking about the community that approved the Line 3 project. We are the most controversial camp, not because of the slander, not because of our militancy, quote unquote, but because we chose to build our resistance right in the heart of the community that took the voice of all the other Anishinaabe nations.
Because you're beautiful!
There was a point in time where my community, counter-protested us, and they brought elders. So I'm saying to all of you, in the face of spiritual and cultural abuse, you need to stand for what you believe in. I did so from my knee in the middle of the street because I've allowed my bonds to grow deeper than any pipeline they could ever build. The fight against Line 3 isn't just an indigenous issue. It isn't just about one reservation. It's narcissistic to believe that. We're standing here today in St. Paul on the ancestral homelands of the Lakota, Nakota, Dakota people and the treaty territories of the Anishinaabe. But if you take a moment to speak to this land, you'll hear her, because all of your ancestors' bones lay here too. The fight that we're in right now is the fight for humanity. If we allow them to build Line 3, it's done. We're over. We won't have a future for our grandchildren. I have an almost 2-year-old child, and I can't promise him that he's going to grow up gathering wild rice. There's no water in our rice lakes. There's no water. We're in a drought. And Enbridge is stealing 5 billion gallons of Minnesota water. And the people in this building are allowing it. And I've told Tim before, in 2018, when he came to the MMIW march in Minneapolis, and he declared himself our ally, and then screamed in my face when I asked him repeatedly to stop Line 3. He doesn't speak for us, and we put him there. That's our elected official. Now I want to know why he's not here to hear our concerns, why he's not here to hear our voices. I want to know why law enforcement has put up a double fence, cutting us off from the elected officials that we put into power. They don't hold the power. This government does not own us. They work for us. You know, something really terrifying about these projects is the fact that it exacerbates both drug and sex trafficking in indigenous communities along the route that have already been devastated by both. When pipelines such as KXL, Dakota Access Pipeline, Line 3, Line 4, and Line 5 go up, the statistics we face as indigenous women are increased by 22%. Back home I have 3 beautiful indigenous daughters. Before that increase, we're taught 1 in 3. So I want Tim Waltz to answer a question that I have to ask myself every single day when I look at my 3 daughters. Which one? Which one of my 3 indigenous daughters is going to be raped before the age of 15? Which one's going to be murdered? Which one isn't going to come home? Because I have to dress my kids every single day. Not because they're incapable, but because I need to know exactly what they're wearing in case one of them doesn't come home. And when you have 4,000 out-of-state workers flooding into these communities, this is the fear that indigenous women face all across Turtle Island every time these pipelines are built. And we are out here in numbers to say no more. No more! No! Speak about the BIPOC solidarity that has been building since the assassination of George Floyd. We are in Minneapolis. Let me get a Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Thank you. I also just want to, bring up the fact that the interconnection of all of these different issues are tied to this building that stands behind us. It's tied to all of these men carrying weapons beside us, because there are no good cops in a racist system. No good cops in a racist system. All cops are Derek Chauvin. No good cops in a racist system. No good cops in a racist system. All cops are Derek Chauvin. All cops are Derek Chauvin. I just want you men to know that that chant was made by a 6-year-old child. At the end of the day, they can build this project. They can come out tomorrow and be like, we are 100% complete. But we hold the power to make sure that no oil ever goes through that pipeline. And that's what we're going to do. The fight isn't over yet. At the height of the fight during Standing Rock, they claimed to be 85% complete. It's never over. It's never over. We need you to come to northern Minnesota to join us to utilize people power. I need you to be brave. I need you to be fearless. And I would never ask you to do something that I'm not willing to do myself. We need your help. Each and every single one of you is the embodiment of everything beautiful that your people brought to this country. Use that so that your children can have children. Because so often, I hear young people talk about how they can't have children because of the state of the world. All of these people standing behind me, they're fighting for that future. They're fighting for those children. and we don't answer to anyone here in the now. We've made promises to generations not yet here that we will be good stewards of this land, that we will ensure a viable, safer future for BIPOC people and all of our allies who are standing here with us. We are coming for everything they told our grandmothers they could not have, and I need you to come with me. I also want to take a moment to introduce an MMIWS advocate and survivor, Mimi McCoons from the Line 5 fight. Miigwech.
Yeah, where's this picture, right? Where's this picture, right?
We're just banners. We're going to teach the people for our nation. We're winners. We see money. Bonjour, indigenous cause, Mimi McCoons. Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Ikwe, and Dao. Ngichidakwe and Dao. Ndutuba mama aki and Ndutuba mashkazi bin. Ndode mikazi. Timi kwechida mikichmana tu and the women of Bonjour everyone. My name is Mimi McCoons. I am an Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Ikwe, an Ojibwe woman. I come from the earth, and I am an enrolled member of the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. First, I would like to take a moment to give my dear respect to my endeared Ogeechee sister, Tasia, for speaking such hard truths that hurt our hearts as women. Her heart is breaking because our hearts are breaking piece by piece. So I want to thank you, Ogeechee Tasia, for giving me such a kind, warm welcome and introduction. I'm very humbled by that. So for those of you who do not know me, I'm a member of the American Indian movement. Proud member of the American Indian movement in the spirit of the Shanko Wiko. The reason I say a proud member is there was a time I wasn't allowed to introduce myself in my language, or pray over this water, or put tobacco down, or smoke my pipe. My grandmother was taken to the boarding schools. She was abducted into the boarding schools like all those children were finding. This is a generational trauma of abduction and murdered and missing indigenous peoples. The American Indian movement was a very active part of the Freedom of Religion Act that was passed in 1976. It gave me the right to introduce myself today in my language without being persecuted or punished. To all you old schoolers, you red warriors who have protected me and taught me the way, you led the way. When you see me stand here strong today, I ask you, my relatives, please know that you showed me how to do this, how to fight for my rights as an indigenous person. I am also a member of Native Lives Matter, Lake Superior. It is very hard to get blessed for a chapter of Native Lives Matter. I was very honored and humbled to gotten the blessing from Tonya Blackout. Something she very rarely gives, but after hearing my story, she gave me that blessing, and I'm very thankful for that. I'm proud.
because Native lives do matter. I have also served the people as a member of the Red Shawl Society, murdered and missing Indigenous women and relatives. I am the founder of the Protect the Sacred Water Walk. And now through my own tragedies and my own personal story, which we are not going to share here today, I am now the founder of Murdered and Missing Indigenous Survivors after surviving a horrendous murder-suicide where I have survived death. I just wanted to remind Enbridge I survived death, y'all. So they know I ain't scared, because they'll get you that way now. I counted coup on them with my dead husband's eagle feather from police brutality. 3 years ago I touched and I told them, we're coming. We're coming. I am not fitting in with water protectors. I am a part of the wave. I am but a drop. We are all here today hearing our voices.
Can't see the speakers. There's the police have stopped people from moving in that direction.
See here,
a little bit of attention.
behind me,
but we're gonna listen.
Ogeechee dog. That's what they're called in my language. I know that because I have the right to speak my language now. Here, he's Ogeechee dog. Ogeechee dog means the big hearts, because that's how you became a warrior in our ancestor society. It wasn't how fast you could go into the woods or how many enemies you could defeat that made you a true warrior. No, what made you a true warrior is when your heart hurt so much for the people that tears fell from your eyes. That's what makes you a real warrior, when you love the people so much it hurts. These men, they honor me greatly. I asked them to please train me because I feel that this is a lesson that many could learn from. These men, they stand behind me as a woman. Listen to my voice with a big heart. They don't just listen to me talk. They listen to what my spirit is crying to them as a woman. To protect the sacred teachings teach us that women and life givers, the earth, the water, we are born sacred. Men, they become sacred by protecting the sacred. These men are not trying to become sacred. These men are here protecting to me and listening to my voice because it's important to them. Hey, great warriors, I appreciate your support. You give me much strength as I stand here and face so many people. You honor me greatly by caring what my heart is crying to when I say it hurts. This morning when I was walking the grounds, I've been here the last few days, by the way, and today, while I was walking the grounds this morning, greeting the sunrise, they were putting up the last of the chain link fence. This is how they greet those that walked in prayer all the way here. They put up chain link fences, cement barricades, block us in our own territories, because they have forgotten they are visitors. But what really broke my heart this morning when they put a red and white no trespassing sign on that fence. You can see it on my Facebook. I was so hurt, I was crying. How dare they welcome my water walker family and my water protector relatives with a no trespassing sign on my land. So I just want to point out one more thing before they honor us with this beautiful song I'm so thankful for. If you look here at the MMIS symbol, you will notice there's a yellow sun for the renewal of life. That is because some of us survived murder and come back. You'll also notice that MMIW is painted black. That MMIW is painted black because that is how I am treated as an MMIW survivor. We focused on finding our dead and our missing, living that survivor slipping through the cracks. We are silenced within our own movements. So there she is in the shadows of the MMIW. You'll notice that bright red handprint because I'm here to bring awareness to that and make a difference. So I'd like to say a big chini grace to those who gave me this opportunity and all of you. And I'd like to hear a big, loud, our voices matter. 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 And our real warriors today have led the way to show you that that's how it's done.
I just want to take a moment to introduce you. You know, when we come out here and we take to the front line, sometimes we worry that we're not reaching anyone. I know that I have done so, not always in a good way, and I won't apologize for channeling a warrior spirit, but we are able to reach the hearts of other people. We are able to change people. We are able to, you know, bring them to an awakening so that they do realize what's important in this life. And with that being said, it is my great honor to introduce to you an ex-subcontractor who used to work for the Enbridge Corporation as a subcontractor, turned water protector, Jason Goward.
Gujo, and this now we do Wabanang Gigon Indian Beaton Cars, Nagachin Angan Jaba, Nagachin Don them. Dimo say down the Squam and the Makana. Let's walk the red road together. I want to also acknowledge that someone that had to leave literally the day before getting down here, Greg Earhart. He also was a police officer in Seattle who quit his job as well. So, Indigenous Rising. This song is Manidu Makwa song. It's to be brave. Zunga the way when. So you're all brave for being here. And to the ones that are out there still not fighting, I hope you get your courage and bravery.
sacred to
So I'm
me.
getting some water.
I felt lost and I felt broken. And then I entered the Mississippi off an Enbridge easement. And for 8 days prayed alongside my sisters at Camp Firelight. And so I want to introduce you to someone who taught me that they can't take that from me. Give it up for Dawn Goodwin.
Bonjour, Gavigiashi Kindishnikas. Kawala Beganikag and Dunjaba. Lingan Look at you all. It's beautiful. Thank you for coming, standing with us today. My name is Dawn Goodwin, my English name, and I come from White Earth. I live on the Lower Rice Lake on the White Earth Reservation. I'm so humbled to stand here before you all. They put me last because my native name means everlasting wind. I'll keep it short, sweet. This is more than a pipeline. This is about justice, racial justice, environmental justice, social justice. We're here because it's time to honor those treaties and uphold them. This is the time. And I want to give a shout out to the camps. The camp that is in my yard is Manoman Gainawayndung Indashigabation. It's the Manoman Protector Camp. I come from an area where we are in exceptional drought. Not extreme, they had to make up a new category, I think. Exceptional. Luckily, we got some rain the other day, but when I looked out my window, I didn't even want to go outside. The grass was all burnt up, and the plants were wilting, the trees were wilting. We are in a drought, and Enbridge has been allowed to take our waters for their project. So that really concerns me that their first permit was 510 million gallons. They were given an extension on that water to 5 billion gallons. They were supposed to apply for a new permit. They weren't made to do so. So this is illegal. This is a hijacking, a heist on our water
that our elected officials have allowed to happen. This is regulatory capture. I want to talk a little bit more about Manoman Camp. They're all here amongst us in Firelight encampment. So if you want to come up and join us here as I finish out, my grandmothers are here, and I thank them for coming. And I thank them for coming and holding ceremony for these days. And I just want to shout out to everybody. I'm a co-founder of Rise Coalition and a representative of Indigenous Environmental Network.
Firelight happened during the Treaty Peoples Gathering. It was a spontaneous occupation of the boardwalk. So we held that space for 8 days as a treaty encampment. We did that. We did that. And not everybody is up here, but just a few that are here today. I'm a big crybaby, so I can't even look at them. I love these friends and family. They're family. We are building community. This is more than a pipeline. We're going to build the future. And we invite you all to help us build that future that we want. That's what this is about. And I want to share you a little bit about Firelight. That when we lit that fire, it was for the world to see the light, that the truth would come to light, and all the world was there to see it. When we left that easement, we brought our fire with us. And we brought it back to Menomin Camp and started the fire there with our coals. So Firelight still shines bright within Menomin Gainawayndang. And then we had Firelight Encampment, the Ditch Edition. So these girls, we have a little saying called, we have ditch hair. Yeah, we're ditch girls. We got our ditch hair. But we spent 20 days there living in next to the Mississippi. And then when it was time for us to depart after the walk, we then gathered coal and brought that back to the camp. And our other sister, who went on to the walk for 256 miles. She carried that coals from Firelight with her. So Firelight is here now. You are all fanning the flames of Firelight so the truth can be brought to light. That treaties are the supreme law of the land, Article 6. And now the time is now. Time is now for it to happen. We have beautiful youth that have stuck with us through thick and thin. I just want to shout out to Wabanu and Silas and Oren and Amara for being there with us and continuously reminding us what we are doing. We're protecting our future.
Love you, Don.
Big witch. And I want to thank my family for showing up today. I hope they're still here. They're lost in the crowd. But I love you, and I hope they're still here when we're done here, so I can visit with you and hug you again. This has been an incredible journey thus far. It's not over yet. The oil is not flowing. We need you. We went through the whole process. We discovered that it wasn't meant to work for us at all. And we discovered that there was corruption and collusion that allowed this to happen. And we're standing against that. So I challenge these officers here today that they took an oath under the Constitution to uphold it. And the treaties are the supreme law of the land. So I challenge them to take their badge off. I challenge them to that. Maybe it's not today, but maybe it's tomorrow or the next day. Join the people, because water is life. Miigwech. I would like my relatives, Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota. There's something going on again over here. We hope we can get that dissolved, because we come in peace and prayer. But I want to invite my Dakota and Lakota relatives here, and we will sing the Nibi song while they're making their way up here. So I'm calling my my little brother here, come up with us. And all those who know the Nibi song, and step forward and let's sing the Nibi song. Nibi izagego imigweshowe imigo ijawe over there, campfire light on the sideline. So yeah, I'm just calling our Dakota relatives up at this time. And the Treaties Shikowi. I would say that wrong.
How midakiapi? Chante washte na pech yuzapi. Chanumpa maniwi. Oglala lakota imanchapi. We are Tituan Nation. We are a part of the Ocheti Shakoi, the Lakota Dakota Nakota. My American name is Monique Muffy Musso. I'd like to come and greet each one of you with my humble heart. And I send each one of you a big thank you. Once again, we are uniting for our future generations. Mother Earth, Uchi Maka, needs us. Myself, I am Wanahi Nupa. I am two-spirit. My beautiful wife of 15 plus years, Tekihilawi. Her American name is Felipa de Leon. We are Oglala Lakota. We are warriors. We will stand with you, beside you. And we will shed blood with each and every one of you to stand for Mother Earth, for our future generations looking up at us right now. We need each other. We need to bring our cultural ways of getting along, regardless of what color, skin color you are. We need each other to help Mother Earth. We need each other. I come with a strong, strong message from our two-spirit relatives. Stand strong. Let's tell Biden, let's tell Kamala Harris, let's tell Deb Haaland, and I mean this at the top of your lungs, stop line 3. Stop line 3. Stop line 3. Stop line 3. Dig down. You show your children that fierceness. We have ancestor blood pumping through each and every one of us. Stand strong. Stop line 3. Stop line 3. Stop line 3. Stop line 3. How? Mitaku ye oyasi. I have my brothers and sisters from the Standing Rock. Wapila, Pilamayapi.
I wanted to sing a song, but I want my wife to come up here and speak from Standing Rock here.
What's up, Minnesota? How midakiapi, katewia kawi imatiapi, tantewa shena peti usapi. It's good to be here with you guys. I'm really thankful for each and every one of you making a stand over here. We hear you loud and clear in North Dakota. Keep standing strong. We have your back. There's much more. There's many more warriors out there than what we have right here. So let's just continue to keep standing strong and supporting each other. Like my husband, to share a song with you guys and keep fighting the good fight.
How metaku yes, not metaku yati. Wanna say much. It's good to see you, and it's good to be here. I was here about a week ago, going through the camps, dropping off supplies with some of our other allies, and we had to come. I didn't know that we were going to come here. A week ago, they just said, we have a seat available. I said, when are you going? They said, right now. So we went through the camps. It was really good to see all you people at the camp standing ground. One thing I wanted to say about all of this is all the camps, each one of you have strengths. Each one of you have a gift with the people that you have in your camps. I think it's time now that all these camps come together and really sit down and talk with each other and unify with your gifts. You know, the Battle of Little Bighorn was not won by the Lakota only. We had the Arapaho, we had the Cheyenne, and we had many other smaller tribal people with us. We could not win that battle by ourselves. But they gathered together and they had prayer. They had prayer. The young people of this world, this earth, Unchimaka, the young people, they called each and every one of you that answered their call. They called you to come and stand with them in prayer. The prophecy of Crazy Horse says, try a new way. He was a war chief. He was a military war chief. He knew battle. But the power that made him so great was his power, his spiritual power. His connection with Tunkashila Wakantanka, his connection with Unchimaka, and his willingness to listen. Listen to his people, listen to his children, listen to his elders, and his willingness to pray. A lot of people don't talk about that part. Everybody wants to be a warrior. Everybody wants to be strong and aggressive. But very few talk about peace. Wowachwala machel. Peace within. I say to you today, before you try anything, before you try to move forward, if anything, first heal self. First heal self. Let go of the emotional and mental trauma that you're going through and holding on to and dragging around with one hand. We need both of our hands to succeed. We need both of our hands to lift up our future generations. We need both of our hands to reach out to one another and hold each other and say, I love you. I care about you. You mean something to me. It's not just the two-legged that need to love one another. We need to hold on to these trees. They're killing these trees. They're burning these trees. Without these trees, we're not gonna recover the water. These are the rainmakers. These are the rainmakers. We need to pray and protect each and every one of these. Chan Oyate. All over the world, they're burning them. The governments of those countries are burning them. We just talked to our relative from Colombia. I don't know where he and his son is, but he was telling about their government auctioning off the trees, the land and the trees. This is just not about the oil pipelines. This is about every living thing on this earth. And we're not alone in this. We're not alone in this. We have so much more. And we are so much more. We are the past, we are the present, we are the future, all in one. And if we can heal ourselves and we can let go of the anger of yesterday and the sorrow of yesterday, what happened to our children and our grandchildren, if we can let that go and learn to heal ourselves, and we seek we seek wisdom and understanding. Understand that wisdom that you seek. Know how to use it, when to use it, why, where. From that you will gain strength. And from that strength you will learn to be helpful. And from that helpfulness you will reach out and have pity for those who need help, those who can't help themselves, those who don't have a voice. You'll reach out and have compassion that fills your heart. And when you reach out and be useful again, you'll be happy. When you're happy, you'll continue to let go of the sorrow and the anger of yesterday. It's done now. We're in a new time when we need to stand up straight and really know who we are. I am Lakota. I am Wanase. From many generations back, that word isn't even in our language today. Wanase. They chased the buffalo. That is my name given to me by my grandmother, Chapa Scott, of the Sapa, the Black Tongue, Tioshpaye. We know our history. We're not just here temporary. We've been here for many, many years on this continent. My people called this continent Makoche Owana Setanka, land of the big hunt, when the buffalo ranged from Alaska down to the Gulf of Mexico, on the west side of the Rocky Mountains to the Carolinas. We're going to ask back the land that was given to us to take care of this continent, North and South America. And I don't think we even have to ask back. There's no one to ask. There's no one to ask. It is ours. Kankashila Wakantanka gave this continent for us here, Native people, to live on, to take care of. And we've done it. We've done it for thousands of years until somebody came in and said they could just take it away from us. I know that we suffer emotional trauma. I know that we're angry about what happened. But now it's time to stand up. It's time to reclaim ourselves and be who we are by healing ourselves. Because our responsibility is to these little children. Our responsibility is to these children. And I'm so glad they're here today, and I'm so glad all the children came. We love you. You're our future. We want something. We want a good world for you to live in. I think it's time that the old ones really stop hiding what they have held for so long. Bring it out. Share it with the children. It's no good if you take it to your grave. It has no value to us when you take this wisdom and this understanding and your sacred items. When you take it to the grave with you, it does no good for us. We need to bring out our sacred items. We need to pray with them. We need to understand what they are and what they can do for us. I am just a man, but I love you, and I love this world. We've all gone through difficult times in our life, but I do know from my own life experience that we can heal. We can heal, and we can be whole again. I love all you allies that have come. Thank you for all that came to Standing Rock and stood with us there. And I was grateful for the opportunity to come and visit your camps, to bring some things that you need. And I hope that we can return and stand with you more in the days ahead. I don't know what's ahead of us. I have no plans in my life. I live, I wake up, and I do what Tonkashala God says to do. I don't have a schedule. I can't live like an American and live by a watch. I need to live by Lakota time. When the sun gets up, we get up. When the sun goes down, we go to bed and rest, get ready for the new day. So, all you camp people, oh man, I'm real happy about you. I'm really happy about you. And I'm so glad our relatives from the south are here. It is time that the condor and the eagle come together. It is time that all the people of the earth come together. When you look at the medicine wheel, the black people of Africa, the red people of North and South America, that came out of Oshunia. We sent two groups, one east-west. What's this new land like? Oshunia Adekse. Minitanka, big water, we can't go any further. We sent a group north. They came back to us. Aliaska. Something white you can't climb. That was a glacier. We sent a group to the south, but they didn't come back to us for a long, long time. We don't know how long. And we wondered, what happened to them? What happened to them? We prayed for them. And then one day they came back to us. They came back to the heart of this continent at the Black Hills, Wizipon. But they came back to us from the north. The group of people that we sent to the south had walked clear around the earth. Central, South America, Antarctica, Africa, Europe, Asia. Then Alaska, the glacier melted, and they were able to come back over here, come back to us. So that we know that there was other people, and that those other people didn't kill our people, that they cared about our people, so they took care of them and made sure they got through their lands so they could return to us. Because there was a time when all human beings lived in peace, peace on earth. When you look at the medicine wheel, that is the symbol of peace on earth. We're coming back to that now. We're coming back to that now. We're coming back to that now. Full circle. These ones standing over here in these fine-looking uniforms, they're human beings too. And instead of being so angry about what they do, and we need to hold them up. We need to pray for them. Because it's obvious that they don't understand peace. it's obvious they don't understand what their true role is in this society. We need to hold them up and offer them love and forgiveness. And maybe we can help them heal. And yes, one day, 1, 2, or 3 of them may put down their badge and really truly defend Unchimaka. We've seen it happen at Standing Rock. We saw it happen at Standing Rock. We healed these through our power of prayer, through power of prayer. None of this will go any further if you don't stand up. Look at the sun in the morning and say your prayer. Ask for wisdom and understanding to know what to do with this day. You're beautiful people. We love you. Stay strong. And every step that you walk on this earth, may these steps be steps of prayer. Steps of prayer. Put feet on the ground. Put prayer with every step you take. Oh, thank you for listening. I love you. Mitaku yayasan.
Dr. Walker, I got my sister over here. She shows us some words and wisdom.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie and I'm from Standing Rock. I came here to stand with you today to fight Line 3. And I want to let you know that we start our prayer Daku Wakonki. This means everything that holds energy, including the cement, the rock, is so old it comes from my grandfather's bones that were buried here. They exist in the rocks, they exist in the trees, and earlier I was smudging my people off before we came up here, and my smudge got out of control. I couldn't figure out how to put it out. Water. So water is important. We cannot have Line 3. Mitakio Wasi, I want to sing a song for you. How to Kashiwa Wakataka Heya Hewa Yellow Hell. How to Kashiwa Wakataka Heya Hewa Yellow Hell. To Kashiwa Omakiayo Makaki Jehoheo. Tukashiwa Wakataka Heya Hohewa Yellow. I just asked Kashila for help because we're having a hard time right now. And he will come help us.
afternoon, everybody! So let me tell you, I was going to say good morning because I said in the morning. We recover in the morning to pray to the Creator for us to be here with you all today. And bring the energy today here to this space. My name is Diego, and I'm member of Calpuli Tlalotecuhtli. And here today, we are here as Americas, indigenous of these Americas, supporting water protectors, supporting this cause because we all of us in this together. Here we have Calpuli Quetzalcoatlicue. We have Calpuli Tlalotecuhtli. In relationship with Unidos, Minnesota, we're here in solidarity with you all, with our brothers and sisters from this land, to fight for a beautiful and abundant Turtle Island, to fight for what belongs to us. Today, we're here to offer these prayers, these dances to you all, so we can keep fighting for this. I want you all to synchronize your heartbeat with the sound of the drum. Take the energy with you. Let's be together to the strength, because no one will be able to come against us. Because Mother Earth, Potlique, Pachamama is with us. Water is power. Water is medicine. Remember that. When you're sick, drink water and pray to the Creator, and you will see how everything works. It's something that this government don't understand, but we do. And that's why we're here today, in solidarity with you all. Enjoy these dances, enjoy these prayers, because this is for you all, to our Creator. Ometea. Diablo Mexica.
Again, thanks for joining us. We're here in St. Paul, Minnesota. We're going to walk and show sort of.
We would like to say thank you. The last dance was the water dance. And we offer to you all this wealth today because you are warriors. That's why you're here, right? We will never give up. We will never give up. Now we are about to close right now. And we probably want to thank you so much for being here today. And thank you for holding the faith. Because this faith is not just about to take action, but also about to heal. We will try and keep each other.
as they've said time and time again tonight, you know, thank you so much for holding space. And, you know, there was a lot of, I would say, misinformation about what this event was supposed to be. But we're here to tell you, you know, what exactly is about to happen. And with that, I'd like to introduce Nancy Bulio to talk more on that.
I want to thank my friend Michelle Shaw from the Rights of Mississippi, who grew this fruit in her own garden, so smells good. We need water to grow food, so it's also food security to keep our water clean. But if I can get your attention and focus it up here really quick, I want you all to repeat after me, and I want you to say it loud and clear. We are all treaty people. And we will honor the treaties. Miigwech. So, like our elder from Standing Rock was just mentioning earlier, we stand in peace. Our ancestors signed those treaties so we can remain in peace and that our culture could be protected. And along with the boarding schools and all those atrocities, they try to take away who we are. So we're here holding space, reminding them that we're still here and that treaties do matter. So I want to remind you guys that defending treaties is not a crime. It's an honor. So I just, you know, almost 3 weeks ago now already, time flies, I held a prayer. Some of my sisters and some of our non-native treaty partners, and we held the bridge at the Mississippi River, and we prayed, and then we got arrested. But I remember Sheriff Halverson, Clearwater County, who's doing his damnedest to learn and honor our treaties in a good way. And I wish that every sheriff's department here in the state of Minnesota and across Turtle Island would take a good look at what Mr. Halverson in Clearwater County has done to learn how to be a respectful treaty partner. So I want to thank Mr. Halverson for learning as he has. And at the same time, we're not here to make his job any easier. We're here to educate people what treaties are and that every local, state, and federal government have to uphold those. So we're going to continue to show up, and we're going to continue to assert our rights because it is not illegal. We as Native people have an inherent right to hunt, fish, gather, and occupy. These are our lands, and we have given this country its sovereignty by signing those treaties with them. So we are not going to be the forgotten people. We're going to continue to show up, and we're going to do that in peace, and we're going to win this with love. And that is what our community is based on, is love. So I want to also note, too, that we are not going to leave here without stating some demands. And so our brother Justin Keyser from the White Earth Reservation is going to read a letter that states our demands. And we're going to continue to hold space until we're heard, until that this pipeline is stopped, and we defend all that is sacred.
Hello again, everybody. This is a letter that they got written that's going out to Governor Walz and President Biden. Governor Walz and President Biden, We're here in prayer and ceremony to protect what we all need to live. Governor Walz has violated his oath of office, which requires him to honor the U.S. Constitution, including Article 6, which states that treaties are the supreme law of the land. Line 3 violates treaties by threatening water, Monoman, and our climate, leading to the loss of protected use of fructuary rights and cultural rights. He has also erected barricades and posted guards to lock Minnesotans who oppose this pipeline out of the people's house, continuing a trend of colonial violence marked by handing control and funding of the police to a transnational corporation, untold violations of civil rights, and criminalization of dissent. It's incredibly clear what his actions say. There is no space for sovereign nations, no space for people in the decisions of this state. The fence is a metaphor for the militarized responses that are now his go-to, as we see when he puts whole cities under curfew and occupation instead of allowing us to grieve collectively in peace. We come led by Native grandmothers, and with sacred teepees, he puts up a fence. President Biden, as well, has failed to uphold treaties and the principle of free, prior, and informed consent by allowing the project to proceed without nation-to-nation consultation with sovereign tribes opposed to the project. We demand action to honor our treaties and to stop Line 3. President Biden must revoke Line 3's Clean Water Act permits to conduct a federal environmental impact statement, rescind Line 3's presidential permit, or commit to other action to stop Line 3 from coming into service. We have engaged in thousands of hours of meetings and regulatory processes here in St. Paul. We have written letters, testified, intervened legally, and worked to be heard every way we know how. Today, we must stay here peacefully and in prayer for as long as it takes to be heard, because this country has shown that it can't hear Indigenous voices and those who stand for a livable future yet. We are all treaty people, and we all have an obligation to uphold. Denying treaty rights is a civil rights violation and a violation of international law. Honor our treaties and stop Line 3.
So, you know, for those of you that don't know, I'm the Northern Organizer for Minnesota 350, and I want to thank 350 for giving me the opportunity to defend our treaties and allow us to hold the spaces that we have along with our non-native treaty partners, because again, we couldn't do this without you. So I want to just share one thing. Every Monday we have a meeting, and we used to do land acknowledgement, and I think many of you guys are aware of this land acknowledgement on the stolen land that you're on. They're beautiful, but they're just words. We can acknowledge things all day long and things won't change. So I have asked our team at Minnesota 350, then what? Then what are we going to do? We do this every Monday, and it was like spinning tires. So we have now a treaty team at Minnesota 350, and some of that work has helped create some of this space that we hold together as a community. And so we have committed ourselves to taking action, and that action is based around peace and love. And this is how we're going to win. So those of you that feel compelled to defend those treaties and want to be heard just like the rest of us, and want to stick around this evening and figure out ways that you can defend our treaties in this moment and in this time, right now. Not tomorrow, not the next day, but today, tonight. I want you to step it up and say, I'm going to be that person. And I want to remind you that it's an honor to defend those treaties. And sometimes when we defend those treaties, we take risk. And the risk is how law enforcement threatens us. If we don't leave, you're going to go to jail. None of us like jail. I went to jail for one night, and that was all it was. It was nothing. Yeah, the bed was hard and the food was horrible, but you know what? I woke up, I was in jail, and I was happy to be there. That was the best time I ever spent a night, was defending the treaties, and I went to jail, and it was no big deal. The threat of arrest and going to jail is a fear tactic that our law enforcement in our state has used against us to hold us back. So I ask all my treaty partners and our relatives out there to come and visit with us tonight and figure out ways you can help defend those treaties now, today, tonight, and tomorrow. So I want a show of hands of the people out there that are willing to say, I'm ready to defend the treaties. Please raise your hands. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. So again, we're going to do this with love. And one of my main mottos is, you kill them with kindness and you beat them down with the truth. So I'm going to pass this over to any of my camp sisters that want to speak if they want at this time. Tanya, you would like to come up and speak? Tanya Aubin. Fearless.
Bonjour. Pitwewe gijugu nindesh na kaz. Bako manaman nikamanis nakwang hundunjaba. Awasa si dudem. Ikawate shkang ni dede ni gani mama. Bangi to go ni nata jabay moen. Forgive me, Jacques Moen. My name is Tanya Abed, and I come straight from ground zero up by Palisade, Minnesota. For months, we have been defending the lodge that Winona LaDuke and I have put up over by the Mississippi River over there. For months, we have been calling people out to come and stand with us during the winter time. And I'm very grateful for those who did show up. Thank you for withstanding the cold weather that we had this winter. Miigwech to the Ochatishokoin for showing up in solidarity with us here. Without you, without your allyship in Ojibwe country in northern Minnesota, without you, we wouldn't have much else to fight for. This last weekend, I spent some time over in St. Louis County Jail. It was both an honor, but yet at the same time, sitting behind those walls, we were met with a tit-for-tat situation. Every time we asked for something, something else got shut down, whereas the inmates were used to start hating on us for being water protectors and stopping Line 3. You know, those kinds of conditions, you know, people were denied medicine that they brought with them. People when they were taken away from the little site that we were at, they had force used on them. And it was so sad and sickening to my stomach. Today, I still have issues with the law enforcement that are standing here and behind my back, because I don't know if they're gonna come out and arrest me with the zip ties that I just recently had on my wrists. I've been going through this process for a number of years now, 7-8 years since it was the Sandpiper pipeline. And remember, we defeated the Sandpiper. I know we can defeat Line 3. I was out at Standing Rock for 9 months out there with them, standing there, holding the line with them. And that taught me a lot. And what I learned is that Morton County obviously passed their playbook on over here to Minnesota. I see them, and I see them using the same exact things that they use against us out at Standing Rock here in Minnesota. I had the opportunity to talk to Keith, or not to Keith Ellison, but his office. I don't know if you remember back in the day when these PUC hearings were coming on and they made that decision. And most of you see me tell them, you have just declared war on the Ojibwe. We are here, we are now, we are a living culture. And they say they want to dig us up like pot shards. We are not pot shards. Look around you and see the housing that is available in front of us right now. The teepees that have come in for miles. And the trees that had given up their lives to come and stand with us because they have no voice. Up there, I was able to see what the tree buncher, the tree feller had done, and they came through and they tore those trees down the line. Make sure Enbridge does tree for a tree as their contract says. Tree for a tree. When I talked to Keith Ellison's office, he said that they pretty much said that it's going to have to be a civil war up in northern Minnesota, in the deep north. And they needed a lot of bodies up there to show that we meant business to stop Line 3. And we do intend to stop Line 3, with or without the help of the federal government. Living up there in Palisade, when I see the workers up there, automatically my mind switches to rapists, murderers, killers of Mother Earth. Rapists, murderers, killers of Mother Earth. Rapists, murderers, killers of Mother Earth. And that's what law enforcement is protecting, are those rapists, murderers, and killers of Mother Earth. We are here today to stand for Unchimaka ni Mama Aking in protecting her from those rapists, murderers, and killers of Mother Earth. I think of our future generations, the ones on down the line. I have a great-granddaughter or great-grandson that's going to be born into this world, and I want them, as well as yours, to have a healthy playground to play in as I have. Even though they had gotten the pipe under the Mississippi River, but we are going to stop any oil from flowing through those pipes. Miigwech for coming out today, standing here in solidarity with us, and just know that we can do this. Just know we shut down the KXL. Just know that we can be able to shut down the North Atlantic pipeline also. There have been instances where the pipelines have been shut down, and we can shut this one down too, just like the Sandpiper. Miigwech to all you Black Snake Killers! Black Snake Killers! We're going to stop Line 3.
Ani Nijiayan, again, it's Sasha Bolio with the Red Lake Treaty Camp. This is my husband, Walks Through Hale. I just want to remind everybody, especially the police officers here, that we have Religious Freedom Acts, and we are going to be having ceremony tonight. It'll be all night, and I'm inviting every single one of you to be a part of this ceremony. We will not be sleeping. We will not be doing none of that, but you do have to respect that as a part of the Religious Freedom Act, that we will be ceremonying here all night, and you have no right to stop that. So everybody here, you're all invited here. And remember, in Sundance, some of these dancers stay up for 4 days and 4 nights pegged to trees. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't drink water. So yes, it's tough being in the sun, and it's long and tiring, but just think about these sun dancers. Think about some of us that have been out here for 8 months. We're asking you to stand here, stand strong with us tonight. So you're all invited to stay with us tonight for the ceremony. Aho, miigwech.
An important announcement is that if anybody is hungry or needs water, the white tent over there is the location. Please prioritize elders and children. There's more than enough food to go around. Get some burritos, get some bananas, nourish yourself.
Can I just get everyone to take a moment and for Lakota relatives who came home today to Minnesota to stand for their ancestral homelands, can I please just get a big welcome home? Thank you. You know, the Indigenous issue isn't over. It doesn't end with a pipeline fight. You know, we knew that at Standing Rock. And if you believe that Standing Rock was the start of the Indigenous resistance, you're wrong, because Indigenous resistance has been burning for over 500 years. Standing Rock awakened the world to remind each of us that we carry that fire within us, each and every single one of us. So I need you to take those coals that were placed in your heart during that time and rekindle them so that together we can move forward better. I'm going to ask you, each and every single one of you, all of you warriors out here, to not bury yourself in the fight. As activists, sometimes we find a fight and we bury ourselves there. So much so that we forget who it is we are. We embody that fight. We believe that that is who we are. With the Line 3 fight, I am going to push each and every single one of you to heal, so that when you move forward, you do so stronger, so that you can go back out into the world after this fight and carry that fire within you. They need help at the Ferry Creek blockade. They need help with the tiny house warriors in so-called Canada. They need help down at Thacker Pass. The fight doesn't end here. It is all across Turtle Island. So remember that. Remember that each and every single one of you are sacred. And we honor sacred warriors by ensuring that we put our best foot forward. So don't any of you be neglecting self-care. I love you all. Stay hydrated and take care of yourself. Thank you.
I want to say a big chimigwitch to our relative from Fond du Lac, Sherry Courtier. And Sherry comes up. Can you come up for a second, Sherry? Share Bear.
Alright, so this week is going to continue. It sounds like it's going to continue all night long.
Sherry has been our Ishmael keeper at Firelight 1 and Firelight 2, and I want to recognize her for holding that so dear, and she took so much responsibility to it and a big commitment. So again, this is our Ishkode keeper, our fire keeper, Sherry.
Alright, everybody, I'm gonna take the food down for a while. I need to get water. I need to eat food. It's been a really long feud with all the speakers. I don't know if anybody was here the whole time. You can let me know if you were. I'm gonna walk to the entrance of this area.
Can I get my core group up here? The people who've been walking with me since step 1, please. There's about 9-10 of us I took out from Whiter. First I came out of a ditch for 20 days. I suggest you guys all divest from the natural resources. Why go to the skate park anymore?
Alright, everybody, doing this. So it sounds like people are going to stay here tonight. I don't know what that will be like. I personally am going to get some food and water and sit down for a minute and think about what I'm going to do. Again, my name is Lenis Lacerda. This is the capital of Minnesota, St. Paul. You can see it right there. I'm Chicanx, my pronouns are they, them. I'm the director of tactical media at the Indian Collective, where you're watching this right now. If you do want to, you can hit like, follow, and share to keep following our feeds. Again, we just wanted to come out. We heard this was going down. We wanted to bring you here live so you could see it, listen to the speakers. And now it sounds like all of these teepees are going to stay up and people are going to sleep in them tonight. Or not sleep. We heard they were not going to sleep. There's going to be ceremony. Can't film ceremony. But might hang out just to be here, hold space with everybody, and then see what happens. Maybe you can see there's a lot of. I'm just kind of. There's like a bunch of.
They state troopers. I asked them yesterday who's watching the highways. They laughed and they said, not us. But look at them.
Gonna look at the chat really
They have
quick.
nobody to fight with. And some people might say, and I have had this from my own people, from my own reservation.
Ooh, thanks for watching on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Don't forget to hit follow, like, and share, subscribe.
I'm not a Gitchy down.
Cool.
You do not want to go to war with me. Because that's my last resort.
I'm gonna check in the chat now if you have anything you want to let me know. Please do. I'm about to take the feed down. Again, this is Stop Line 3 fight. You heard a lot of people here saying that they're not going to allow oil to go into the pipeline. A lot of people are very disappointed that the whole Capitol is fenced off. And there's a bunch of police officers around it. The people in power aren't here. I'm not interested in talking to the people here. They're sad that Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, who they feel they put in place, a lot of indigenous people feel they voted for him, who also said that the Line 3 pipeline, if it was going to go through treaty territory, was a non-starter. I think it was the classic thing. It's a non-starter. There's a tweet about it. You can check it out. Anyways, going through treaty territory. People have been fighting for a long time. I think over 600, 700 arrests. People are in jail. Yeah, thank you, folks in the chat, talking, being kind to each other. I know the internet can be the internet and make us wow off into madness sometimes. But yeah, just really thankful everyone that joined it. I don't know who stayed. Did anybody stay here the whole time? This is a really long, lots of speakers. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the feed down. Like I said, my name, like I said, was Lorenzo Serna, and I'm gonna take this down and try to find some food and water and sit down for a minute. My feet are wow, because I've been walking around. He's been walking with me. Thanks for being with me. It was really fun, and yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, I think I might go see if I have a parking ticket, because I might, and then get some food, sit down, relax, think, and then decide what we do next. So. Again, thanks for following. Hit like, follow, share. I think IEN's in here on Indigenous Environmental Network. May you honor the earth. Toasty Tots, I don't think there's any arrests happening right now. Something on Facebook. People are going to be holding this space overnight. And we don't really know what that will be like. People were here last night, so. Yeah, there are questions. So, but yeah, they are asking people to come down here. So if you are interested in hanging out, there's food, there's water. There's a bunch of people who are probably going to be pretty like-minded, talking about what the future could look like. So I think that's what they want people to participate in. But I'm going to take this down now. Really honored to be able to bring everybody out here. I think the tents have been a negative thing. Unless when the tents try to go up, the police will come out. So if people start trying to deploy tents, I assume the police will come out and try to convince them to take them down. Again, I would suggest to let the police take them down. You know, you don't got to take down your own tent. Let them do it themselves. That's somebody taught me one day. But up to you. You live your life. And yeah, thanks so much. Again, I'm just a live feeder here. There's a live feed, the Indian Collective. Just wanted to come and show everybody what was going on. And really thankful to be able to be here. Really thankful for all of you to join us, talk, chat with each other, be in community, and these ways that we are in community in these times. And yeah, we'll be back live again.
We're here to
not here. I mean, it's possible we'll be here tonight. I'm trying to decide, but I think I'll decide after I eat. And
to hold space. Again, we have a right to
out of respect, talk soon, and we will see you soon.
occupy in peace.
I think I could have done this.
We're not here to fight anybody. We're just here to fight for
right here.
clean water and to defend
Hello,
the treaties. So
I'm the director of Tactical Media. I'm going to take the feed down. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Lorenzo Serna, like I said. And, geez, my lens has been through a lot, it looks like. That's not great. But we'll talk soon. Mad respect.
Answer any questions you may have. So again, you stand in honor and you stand for the 7th generation.